Yeah, hi and hello, everybody. I apologize for the lateness of this start. I mean, we are suffering from daylight saving time in the USA. I don't believe it that stupidity has hit the UK yet. Another stupid reason for this whole thing. So we've lost an hour today. So when you woke up this morning, like you're normally, let's say you wake up at 7. Well, surprise, it's actually 8 o'clock now. Isn't that terrific? So tomorrow morning you have to wake up, or if you go to work, you've got to wake up an hour earlier than usual. At least that's how your body will feel, which is not traumatic at all, right? That's not connected to
Oh,
all the heart attacks, the increased heart attacks on the Monday after daylight savings time, or the increased car accidents after daylight savings time. And the Senate last year unanimously passed a motion to stop daylight savings time, meaning we would change this time and we won't change anymore. But somehow it's stuck in Congress, so it hasn't finalized. That's just to show the impotency of politicians. This is a real world change to actually help American citizens, but they're sitting on it, doing nothing with it. So we have to suffer through it.
was that your computer making a noise there?
No, these were these hilarious, absolutely hilarious sound effects that you've added in. So hilarious.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
that's the intro music, but you've already done the intro, so I don't need that one really.
Right.
Yeah.
So fuck daylight savings time. Fuck it. And I wish Congress would just get rid of it. Like the Senate unanimously passed it, which the Senate doesn't unanimously pass anything. And now it's stuck in Congress for I don't know what reason. There's some special interest that doesn't want it, or else why would it be held up? But anyway, when is it for you people in the UK? What is it, in a couple of weeks or something like that?
Probably next week, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know next Sunday is Mother's Day.
Well, that's early. Mother's Day is not till May for us.
Well,
hi, Phantom Cooper. Hi.
Can I just say to you, Voltaire, hello there, Broseph, and how are you doing?
What the fuck is your name?
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, I didn't know. That just came on by accident. I didn't mean to.
So accused murderer.
Otherwise, all round nice guy.
Right.
Robert Blake.
Robert Blake. I saw some people on Twitter when it was announced on, like, I don't know, one of these things, and they would post, "Oh, you fucking murderer! Now you can go be with your victims," and stuff like that.
Victims,
or victims, or whatever. They posted, that kind of thing, and then people start arguing. It's just all very funny. But yeah, he's passed on, sadly.
Age 89.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yep. Yeah. And other than his wonderful role in as a mystery man, I know who he is, obviously, and I'm sure he was a fine actor, but he was so good as the mystery man. I'm not really familiar with his work otherwise, truthfully. So
he's famous for a cult movie called Electrogliding Blue, where he plays a bit, I suppose, like the aren't they motorcycle cops in Hawaii Five-0?
I've never seen.
Oh, it's that.
Oh, in Hawaii Five-0, I don't think they're not motorcycle cops. They're just regular cops. You're thinking of CHiPs, California
CHiPs,
Highway Patrol.
Yeah, and anyway, he just plays a motorcycle cop in Electrogliding Blue. So I
think he was on a long-running show called Beretta, which is about a detective or something along those lines. I've never seen an episode personally. But R.I.P. Robert Blake. If you are innocent of murder, if you are indeed a murderer, then roast in hell.
Oh, good for you. And how was
it? Now that one, if used properly in the right hands with the right comedic timing, can be good. But you don't need you should have cut the after good for you and not have the how was it. Although,
Oh!
Okay.
That's just
So what
a
is it?
random one. I
How
don't
how,
know
how
what
is this?
that-
How are you? Is this a StreamYard soundboard or what's the mechanism for this?
You have as an admin the background music, and you can put in effects or whatever little
Excellent.
short things in there. Even whole songs you can upload actually. But
Well, you got to be careful for copyright, right?
yeah, it's not really serves much purpose really. That. But
It's hilarious. Hilarity. That's the purpose. No other purpose is
you could
needed.
probably upload about 100 different, these effects. You just have
Mhm.
the whole show be effects basically. But that.
You could. Yeah, Phantom Cooper. I was the woman that he was accused of murdering. Was it his wife or was it a girlfriend? I don't know the story exactly.
He didn't do it.
Mhm.
The story is that he hired a hitman to do it,
Ah, well, that's murder.
which even sounds even more Lost Highway-esque in a way, doesn't it? Because
Yeah.
in Lost Highway, Fred, the main character, sort of doesn't have any memory of doing anything, it would seem. And so it's almost like then he seems to think that there were other people in the house.
Mm.
No idea. And i.e. the mystery man was responsible, not him. Yeah. There's a specific part where he says there were two shadows when he pulled up outside the house going through the room. You could see
Fuck
two
it,
dark shadows going through them.
Terrifying.
Well, yeah, I mean that is comparable to something that Jelly Belly guy would have seen in his house.
Mm.
Probably when Just Eat was arriving. So,
Yeah. Okay.
or he was having a gutbuster breakfast at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. even, probably.
Mm.
No, I'm sorry for bringing him up, but
It's okay. These things, we don't fear the controversial topics.
Did you watch that other one that I sent of that guy on a sort of doorstep and he starts arguing with his neighbor?
Oh shit! No, I did not actually. I'm embarrassed to admit. But can we watch it now with the people?
Have you got the link for it now? It's called the thing. It was easy to remember the video after I'd seen it because it's called Definition of
twat. Yeah, I have it right
Twat.
here.
Sorry, I was going to say C, but twat is.
Yeah, you're known for that, as we'll get to later. Now, who is Nicholas Conway? I don't know who that is. Is that somebody famous in the UK?
You mean the account on YouTube?
No, it's the title of the video is Definition of Twat. Nicholas Conway, Neighbor from Hell.
Well, it's just this person. I don't understand why these people are recording him and trying to make out that this guy is a neighbor from hell, really. But we don't know the full story, do we?
Mm-hmm. Well, share the screen. Okay?
Just one little explanation about this. This guy
Looks like a
does
friendly
explain. He does explain how he's not taking his tablets that morning, so he's ready to go.
Let's hear this. That's quite a threat.
But yeah.
Hey, how would you? Because I certainly don't like it time after time. She's had to come and fetch me off the chair. Go, Nick, go and tell her. Shouting abuse. And you've called her a dry vagina this morning. A twat. A twat. That's what a twat is. Read it in the dictionary. You might learn.
Dry
something.
vagina. I didn't know that.
Maybe so. Yeah, okay.
Very educational, actually.
I ain't had my tablets this morning, so I'm just fucking ready for him.
Have you had me tablets?
What I think about sort of like just mention.
Whatever comes.
That reminded me of Josh the way he said that. Whatever comes.
You can only shopping, love. If you're going to shout abuse through my wife for the fence, and you,
I don't show.
can't. You've said abuse. I've heard you.
You've got a problem with me, right? Then tell me, but
Don't,
make it personal.
Because the problem you've called her ugly and old and all this shit, right?
Yeah, what?
Don't laugh. I heard
How
it with my own
dare you?
ears. You've been reported to the police
We've got a
and the
problem with
council.
you.
Excuse
We've got
me,
a problem
excuse
with
me.
you.
You've now been reported to the police and the council. We had to put it in
Change
writing
of use.
and
What are we
change of
going
use
through
the
now?
council said you're going for. and they said that no one lives here, so they say you shouldn't be coming working out of here unless you pay extra rates because you run it as a business. It's true.
That's good, though. Yeah,
that's good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done, yeah. And the water board wanted to talk about the
Yeah,
meter.
yeah,
commercial
yeah.
property.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Nice
No,
work.
Not a
that's what I
commercial
do.
property.
If you come to my house,
Yeah.
if you're there, come to my and send abuse to my fence of
What,
me.
you're gonna
What
hit
a
us? You're gonna
Oh,
hit us, are
well,
you?
if it comes to protecting myself, I
You'll-
will
you'll
to
hit
the
us.
bloody end, pal.
Really? Okay.
100%. Check me out.
You'd have to throw the first punch first because we're not.
Yeah, I ain't
It's
stupid.
not what I hear.
Hey,
It's not what I hear.
look what you hear. You see, this is it, innit? You hear lots of stuff, and you don't hear two sides of a story.
We want to be reasonable about this. We
Well, they sound like a very reasonable couple, as she says, you know.
Yeah, but I don't understand whenever she starts speaking, he like shoots her away. So,
Yeah, well, he's it's men are talking type of thing, and he thinks it sounds like he thinks it's going to get physical, and you just don't need your lady there antagonizing it further or getting involved when you're handling something like that. It could get physical, you know.
yeah, but these people.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
I was about to say I haven't had me tablets yet, but we won't throw
yeah,
the
but
first punch.
His voice is so high because
Yeah.
he's obviously got some kind of throat issue or something, probably.
No, maybe that's just.
I mean, he literally sounds like a comedy character played by Vic Reeves. He
oh, a
does the
comedy
voice like that.
character, you say?
Yeah, I've
Is
seen.
it funny?
Yeah, I can show you it actually. This one that sounds exactly the same as this almost. But yeah, it's just Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer. They did a show called Catterick, which is a town where there's a large army base there and stuff. And anyway, one of the characters was like that, and he just kept saying stuff like, "I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered." Stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, but I'll show you at some point. But I don't want to make fun of these people because
Oh, you don't.
not exactly because these people, they're being. I don't agree with somebody making this video exactly, but the title of it really is incomprehensible. If you genuinely think this guy is a neighbor from hell, why would you start the video's title off as definition of twat?
Now, he said that the definition of a twat is a dry vagina. Like, it specifically has to be dry. So that's news to me. I wasn't aware of that. So you learn something every day. Keep your mind open. You never know. Hello.
Yeah, hello Ashton, how you doing?
She's not doing well because she's suffering from daylight savings time, the scourge of daylight savings time because she's an American citizen.
Yeah, I know, but it might not be affecting her in quite the same way as it does you. I know you have a very strong reaction to it. Where
I do.
it's not like Nicholas Conway though necessarily.
Yeah, I feel like Nicholas Conway.
To be fair to Nicholas Conway, actually, I think the reason they put this video up is because he seems so harmless. Because he's saying, "Oh, I'm ready," check me out or something. He says.
Mm-hmm.
But he sounds completely unthreatening. Because
Whatever happens will happen.
He hardly looks like really that. Many people are going to be that scared of him.
No, he
He's
certainly
more
thinks
likely
he
to
is.
fall over
though.
or something.
He certainly thinks he's intimidating.
I don't think so. It gives me the impression that he's actually more just vexed by these people, by his neighbours.
I haven't had me tablets yet. Well, what does that mean? What are these tablets? So is he daily taking Xanax or something, or or
I think
Valium
it's-
every day?
I don't know. It could be something like that. Yeah, sedative.
No.
But I don't know for sure. I can't detail what mental health issues he might have. But he seems fairly able to express himself. So
He does. Yeah.
I don't think he's kind of schizophrenic or something necessarily, but he may have had things in the past where he flew off the handle.
I don't look. We don't know what he's upset about. He's got a temper. He's having some dispute with these two people. We don't know. He could just be a normal fella living his life with his lovely wife here, and these fellas. These two,
I certainly
two-
don't think there's anything wrong. I certainly do think there's something wrong with them next door calling it old or ugly or anything. That's just. I mean,
well, that's right. Who knows what
to
these
him-
two?
Well, they're all probably not exactly bloody supermodels. So
Well, I mean, that's you know how I feel about that kind of thing. But also, who knows what these two guys filming it are doing?
yeah, it's just a cheap shot. So good
Yeah.
for him to standing up for her. But
Well, he might need to. Speaking of which, Josh Backhouse is in the house, and the Twin Peaks community is buzzing at the prospect of the Cockhouse cut. It's only 30 minutes for some reason. He's decided to take season 18 and do a fan edit of 30 minutes, which I think is ambitious.
That's the thing is, Ashton has actually corrected us, and I think a lot of people around here need correcting, like in the shining sense. But
yeah,
I think basically it says that it's 30 minutes or so on the actual screen that comes up on that file share page. But if you actually
Dropbox,
all right, well, was it Dropbox? Anyway, if you actually download it, it comes up at 2 hours 30 minutes.
Well, then you have to also have a Dropbox account, which has more storage than what that 30 minutes is. So I don't have a Dropbox account. Ashton, who downloaded it and got 2 hours and 53 minutes, according to her, must have a Dropbox account that she pays for, or her family pays for, or somebody pays for.
Is that why it's only coming up as 30 minutes for non-members, basically?
Precisely. And they have a free account, but the free account only gives you like 2 gigs of free space. Now, if Josh if the Cockhouse cut wants to be distributed, he should probably put it on a Google Drive link, and then everybody can enjoy it. Right?
But do you not think you should just upload it onto YouTube?
Well, that's challenging, I would think. That's a big video, and how long will it stay up? I think Philip put his fan edit up on YouTube briefly, and it was taken down pretty quick. So.
Okay, well, he could put it on Vimeo, maybe.
Perhaps.
You're right. But anyway, I still think the whole idea of making...
Oof! He's giving me the business now.
2 hours, 53 minutes is ridiculous, and that's typical of him to make it that length as well, like the number of completion. Because, Ashton says you only download it, you have to pay for it or anything.
Okay, maybe I'll give it another chance.
Yeah, and uploading to YouTube is highly illegal, which I hate.
He does hate illegal activities, fair.
No, I think he's saying that he hates the fact that it's illegal.
I think he hates engaging in illegal activities, more likely.
Not really, because he actually tried not long ago uploading a 4K transfer of Stir Crazy to YouTube.
Did he?
So he said that, I'm doing it from the people out there. And then within a day or so, it was deleted and he was severely reprimanded. Some real shit.
Some real shit?
Yeah, because of, he's doing all the models, making, etc. And, in the fan community, there's a lot of controversy with regarding to his models.
Yeah.
Where some people have actually got his model making channel taken down.
He had some legal issues, I know that, but that's attorney-client privilege, so I can't discuss them. Not at liberty.
I don't think it was illegal. It was more to do with just Josh's abrasive manner.
He is abrasive.
Some have said he's one of the most abrasive men online.
Okay.
Apart from Cameron. So.
Oh, well, we'll get to that.
I'm only kidding now. I think everybody can come across as abrasive online, and sometimes people can take things seriously when they're not necessarily meant to be, because things are just very much open to interpretation. Like when me and Cameron did those videos ages ago now, and we're sort of saying that no hipsters are allowed to watch The Return, the new thing. I mean, there were people saying, this crap, like your humor's shit, and it's just offensive and all this. And so,
now, did you watch Cameron's latest video?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing or listened.
All right.
Pretty much.
Are you in a good mood? Can I, especially since Cockhouse is in the chat, I want to, I'd like to share some of this if I could. if you'll indulge me, if we could, if you're
None of
you
it's
know
about
up for it.
Josh.
No, Josh needs to see this.
Physically?
Truthfully, Josh, are you there? Please confirm. He needs to see some of these hot takes. It's important that he does. So let's see. Now Cameron he's not done with these people. He's given it to them, calling them to the carpet, so to speak. And none of them showed up for his show last Sunday night. Sadly.
No,
So
only in messages.
yeah,
No,
well, that
but
doesn't
not in
count.
person. No.
He invited them on the show, which was the way to go.
I mean, Cameron's video was rather well spoken, certainly at times.
The man knows how to make a presentation. That's
You know,
not
he's-
disputable. I've seen him do it a few times now. Yeah, right, Josh. He was calling them to the mat, or the mattresses, whatever. Anyway, put my screen up, please, if you would. Now, this is a tremendous video, and it's a long video, and we don't have time to go through all 108 hours. But there are some highlighted points I wanted to share with the people here. Let's see here.
For a while, in which we would just kind of, just talk about the show, and we could be funny with it, we could be silly with it, we could be serious with it. It would just be kind of a good time and something to do on the weekend for about an hour or so. But the reason why I wanted James on that show was because he was so a part of me fully getting involved in the Twin Peaks fan community.
Oh, there you go. That's a nice little tip of his hat to you, right? You got him involved. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, what I said about the abrasive thing and all that's just a joke. And,
Of course. All right, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I do really appreciate what he was.
Yeah, it's a
the
very
things
nice
Cameron's
comment.
mentioned, really.
Okay, now here's another couple of things I wanted
to a certain extent, and I say that because I was doing the YouTube channel and Twin Peaks Worldwide.
All right, hang on. Now here, I want to get to this part again here. So Mary Hutter says that Cameron called her the C word. Cameron denies it. And he spends a lot of the video trying to figure out where she got this impression from. And now here's a clip from a classic video you did with Cameron that I want to share with the people. This is from, and there's a date stamp there. This is from April 16, 2017. And pretty good clip here. Mandela Man, you'll enjoy this too. And this is classic James Woolley, everybody. So get ready.
Well, yeah, I'll poke a little fun at them because you know what? They deserve to have a little fun poked at them. They're like you said, humorless for the most part. So James and Vin will be discussing Queer as Folk on his YouTube channel. So
Please. That's
It's a show.
All right, go on. Hang on, I'm not done. I apologize.
Why?
I thought you were a fan of it.
No.
And you guys can be elitists and just do the UK version.
Now, James, what happened to this Queer as Folk show you were gonna do with Vin? Why did we never get to see that fruition of that show? Whatever happened with that?
I think that's Cameron's idea. You've made it up.
I mean, your reaction is.
I may have said it. I may have said it before as a joke to Cameron. Actually, yeah.
I mean, your reaction though is
No, well,
really.
Vin would have wanted to do that.
James and Vin will be discussing Queer as Folk on his YouTube channel. So
Please.
Now why did you react so? All right, anyway, who knows? It was a long time ago. You don't remember probably why you reacted on that. Almost 6 years ago.
It's just a joke.
Okay, all right. That's one clip I thought was interesting.
That's why?
I thought you were a fan of it.
I'm just acting now.
No.
And you guys can be elitists and just do the UK
No.
version.
No. I know how you get. I know your tones. Okay, I know when you're angry. That was no.
This actually does indicate, like, a little bit the kind of state of how me and Cameron could wind each other up a bit at that point, specifically.
Yeah.
I will say, because it was prior to the release of the show and everything, and so it got to this point where to speak fairly, I think Cameron was better equipped to do his videos talking about the show than me, really, and he ended up getting big views. So, but yeah, that was literally only just Josh.
Okay, I thought that was funny, or interesting, and I would have liked to have seen you and Vin go over Queer as Folk.
Yeah, honestly, I have no problem with that show, but
sounds like you had a problem with it back then. Anyway,
never really watched. It's actually set in Manchester, I think, so that's what's quite funny because
there you go.
Especially thinking of me being on
the canal boat.
Canal there.
Yeah. Okay, so he's this lady accuses Cameron of calling her the C word and mansplaining to her about how the internet works.
It's what's funny is he's been calling her a C for a decade.
For a decade. And he mansplains to her. When they met.
The thing I said about them not having any sense of humor is, that is inevitably going to wind them up, isn't it? Me making claims like that. Because I didn't genuinely think that. It's just, or saying they're humorless. I just think there can be a certain over seriousness for people who are attached to the sort of the world of Twin Peaks.
All right, so hold on. Let me now this part here is important. So Cameron's trying to figure out where she may have, because he's never called her the C word. He doesn't use that kind of language. So he's trying to figure out where she came up with this. So he does have a theory, and he presents it to us here coming up. And I hope you're still here, Josh. This is the part I really wanted you to take a look at or listen to. Here we go.
I remember thinking, what? And then her follow-up said, he's been calling me the C word since at least 2013. So she's now telling somebody in the Twin Peaks fan community who is also a member of Bonan's Bridge and is a part of the Mary Hutter group. And Joe and James or whoever, wrote to her. And, sometimes their language was a little bit on the rougher side. And James, being over in England, does say the C word quite a bit.
I wasn't throwing the C word around everywhere. It's like I was a regular C word. It had occurred at certain instances.
Okay, all right, hang on, I'm not done, please. All right, I just wanted to let that breathe for a second for everybody.
And I was like, well, maybe somebody called her that, and she just assumed it was me because, when you hear Cameron admins on Twin Peaks Worldwide, you just assume that every admin post would be me. So I reached out to Mary Hutter on Instagram, and because that's the only place where she hadn't blocked me. And I said, I have no idea where this is coming from, but this is what I was thinking, is this, I don't recall ever saying this about you, especially,
all right. So he sends this long message to Mary Hutter explaining where she might have gotten the thing. And I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read a certain part to you people. However, here is where I believe the C word error stemmed from. TP Worldwide had a few hothead admins, particularly Joe Powers and James Woolley, both alcoholics.
What?
Okay, I'll read it to you again. Here's where I believe the C word error stemmed from. TP Worldwide had a few hothead admins, particularly Joe Powers and James Woolley, both alcoholics. That's why I want to make sure. Are you in a good mood? Of course, it's not true, but I
think I would call Joe as having an alcoholic problem. With me, I was definitely getting over having an alcohol problem, but it's not like I was going online drunk calling people C's. And Joe,
right? You're a hothead alcoholic throwing that C word around like it was nothing.
Like you really think that when we were, Joe never did that either.
Okay, I know. This is why I asked you, are you okay? This is not serious. I mean, it's not true, everybody. This is all whatever. That's why I asked you, are you in an okay mood?
Was that written by Mary Hutter?
I'm not sure. I think this was actually written by Cameron to Mary Hutter. So anyway, let's
that's when he did the WordPress thing that was like a documentation of everything. Like,
I would imagine.
I mean, Cameron was exaggerating partly.
Yeah. Don't feel mad. Don't get angry. I thought you'd watched it already. I didn't want to spring this on.
I didn't
This
see.
is an
I didn't
ambush.
notice this bit. But
Okay, well, see, you're not like me. I noticed it. All right, well,
I honestly did listen to most of it, but I must have just
must have missed
accidentally
this
missed this bit. Yeah, because it's
okay, you know,
it's pretty long.
It is very long, and it's again, he's making a case, and this is all in good fun. Nobody thinks you're like that. Look at this, Josh. I call me grandma cunt all the time. It's totally okay here. There you go.
Don't think that's true somehow.
Okay, hang on. It's not over yet, though. Hold on.
When you phrase it like he's been calling me this for a decade, that means that you're talking about multiple times. You would think that I would remember that Mary Hutter is talking about. And it's kind of funny that it calls back to something
there's another
that James
part,
and I talked about on the first
Here we go.
retrospective, looking back on the Twin Peaks fan community. Hey, wouldn't it be hilarious if if we stated, in a way that I can't believe anybody ever took us seriously, that Showtime was going to be carding people to watch season 3, that they would be basically like you had to be a certain age to watch season 3. You couldn't be a new fan. Only OG fans could watch season 3. Anyway, I thought the video was hilarious. We posted,
and it is a funny video that James does a PSA, and maybe if we can dig it up, James, I'd like to play it again. Where James says no young fans, no hipster new fans, and that kind of thing. I thought it was a very clever
I don't
video.
want to start watching that whole thing again.
No, but that was funny. But this is what Cameron's referencing to, and it was you presented that in a good deadpan way. I thought it was really good, and obviously some people believed it. So hold on a second.
it on IMDb and
I can't believe anyone would believe
huge
it.
reaction.
Well, hold on, just listen for a bit.
And there was a lot of people who understood the humor of it, but there were also a lot of people out there who took it seriously. So the video I found, and of course,
it's like as if the
I
whole thing is
understand
like
how
was
Mary
trying to
Maya
prank
was
everybody and
frustrated
prank
because
ourselves even.
Mm-hmm.
we had bad video for it, so I just put it up as an audio only with a still frame. So so if you watch the video, it was just a still frame picture, but it was like an audio underneath it. And so I was talking to James about this video that we had done where, he was basically saying that, no hipsters were going to be allowed to watch the season 3. And I said, yeah, there was this woman that, said that the video, made her sad and it hurt her. But then I went back and forth with her, and finally she understood kind of like what we were doing. And then I said, then there was this 30-year-old guitar player who said this, and I read his sentence, which had the C word in it, and I did say the C word because I was quoting this person's statement.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, that video was...
He is playing audio from James and him from October 15th, 2015, everybody. So this is a real blast from the past, a real treat for everybody. Here it is.
Meant to be entirely serious. It was meant to be satirical. It's meant to be humorous. I know it's news, and again, I know it's news to you, but that's the fact of the matter. Although I don't understand why I have to say that. I guess people just need to have trigger warnings before they get shown anything, because it might upset them. I mean, one girl actually wrote, this video hurts me and insults me. And so I talked to her a little bit. And
I'm glad about that, actually.
I'm not proud of that. 'Cause what surprises me actually hearing myself there, that makes me sound like I sound like Josh, don't I? That was very callous.
I think it was great.
It was in the spirit of the whole occasion, and
this is good.
These people were feigning like offense. They were just. It made me sad. Like, come on.
Yeah. Here it is again, everybody. Just I stepped on it a little.
This video hurts me and insults me. And so I talked to her a little bit. And
I'm glad about that, actually.
And well, anyway, I talked to her, and she came around and realized it was a joke and thought, "Oh, it's funny now." Ha ha ha. But then we had like 30-year-old, guitar players that were saying things like, "This is not funny. You don't joke around about things like this. You are a hipster cunt."
So.
Well, I don't understand how that could be possible, because I'm the one I was calling people hipsters, although I never used the CUNT word because I think that's offensive towards women. And
That's what it was.
Well, now I want to say this. I've known James for quite a bit now, and the reality is he does not use that word, the C word, to describe women.
He will say, "You're a complete bell end" or something.
He'll say stuff like that, but he doesn't use the C word towards women.
A dick.
Yeah, he'll say that, but he doesn't use the C word towards women.
When I got angry with Josh, I called him a dick. And things like
No,
that.
no. It's different saying it to a woman. It really is. So
Well, you got to bear in mind the thing that we had, which makes this whole thing even more insane. And I don't understand if these people realize this kind of beef that me and Cameron had because of me calling Cameron.
all right, hold on a second, Josh. That's a bullshit comment. This has nothing to do with Americans. This has something to do with fucking idiots in a fan community, that's an international thing. Okay, don't bring in your English.
It's not just like America.
Superiority.
That Americans are somehow they have no awareness of what's a joke or not.
Yeah, well, that's what Josh is implying.
Because they hear me with like a different accent, and I'm obviously from the UK. And they don't quite get what angle we're coming from with it. They feel like
this is not an American thing. No, these are panty waists in a fan community who take things altogether too seriously. That does not mean that only Americans would do that.
Any country you go to.
Thank you. Josh likes to throw that around. Here I am eating me Cadbury's and drinking me Carling and Dome Americans.
Yeah, well, whilst he's got he's got a massive allegiance to like American bands and stuff. So.
And media and film and all that kind of thing. But anyway,
particularly likes good shows like The Cosby Show.
Yeah, he loves The Cosby Show.
He's a massive fan of that.
Okay. So again, Cameron goes on to, I invite people to watch this video. Sorry, Cameron, as much as I enjoy going through these things, and I did watch the entire video. And again, you put together
I'm
a good
that Ashton is confirming that I never used the C word with her.
Well, did she?
I may have, to be fair, Ashton, I may have said a lot of other things to you in text speak that may be questionable, but still, I think we're past all that now. So.
All right. So again, but this is, Cameron's fighting back because this comment here he posts from this Stephen Lang character. And this is why, you guys could say, well, Cameron should let it go. What the fuck, Cameron? Get over it. Move on. Here's why I don't think I agree with him. He shouldn't. Look at this. I can certainly fill you in. Cameron has a long history of harassing women, lying to cast and crew, slander, using images and likeness without consent. It's just that he uses all of this for his attention and then lies about it and plays a victim. So he's gaslighting you. I'd be happy to tell you more if you'd like to reach out. I'd hate to see anyone else abused by his mania. Okay. So
wait, are we like the pariahs of the Twin Peaks?
Well, this is specifically towards Cameron, okay?
To be fair, Stephen Lang, if he wants to have any beef with anyone, he should have it with me because I'm the one who wrote on his video and said, this is not very funny or good. That chant.
Yeah. He's the one. He's responsible for that
Cameron
abortion of
on
Chad video. That was his.
Well, it was just stupid. I mean,
no, but that was him. He did that.
I should have. But in the spirit of it, perhaps I shouldn't have been so mean. But I.
Wait, it's terrible. It was cringe as hell. Anyway,
so many people were like absolutely loving the video, so I just thought it would be funny.
People like stupid shit sometimes. So this is it. So this is very bad to throw out an accusation. Anyone can throw out this accusation. History of harassing women, abuse. You throw out terms like these.
I just think, like with Stephen Lang, like it makes me wonder if you're going to point the finger about this kind of thing. Like, what exactly, what sort of things has he done?
Yeah. Well, that's projection. You're right. But my point is, though, you cannot just say something like this: harassing and abusing people, harassing women, abusing people. These are not light comments. These are not mild accusations. Oh. And when you let them just sit there, you think, I just said it's no big deal. If why does Cameron care if it's not true? Because people just see it and they believe it. They automatically believe it. Believe all women. Believe all people who get accused of this kind of thing.
When he
So
says
yes,
harassing, basically he means like not treating them necessarily as nicely as they might have liked online or whatever, because that's all it is. He doesn't mean that Cameron was going around slapping those girls who go dressed around as the waitresses who were originally going to be in his film, or one of them was.
so it's such a horrible thing to
So
be.
he's just twisted words,
and it can
really,
mean right. It can mean a lot of things. Harassing and abusing women can mean a lot of things. Okay, and you're right. It can mean like it can be as simple as saying,
So
"Oh,
what do
shut
you
up,
do?
sweetheart."
Give them no, you can't have any of these donuts, and then give him
Right.
the evil eye.
It could also be telling an off-color joke to another man, and she overhears it.
Or like,
But it could also be it could also be grab him by the pussy. It's
giving
that,
them a donut, and on the donut it says "cunt." That is,
yeah, or pulling your knob out.
Well, to me, that would be amusing.
It makes people's brains run all over the place, and it's a huge accusation. So he does need to address it, and the only way to address it is fuck you. It's not true. Come on,
if
show me the
receipts. I
receipts.
think it's Stephen. He's just bloody laying, total not even half truth bombs everywhere, and just saying running off basically,
Right.
under the cover of night,
Right.
Which,
and so, and then he's got a woman saying that. You got this guy saying this, and then you've got a woman saying, Cameron has been calling me a C word for a decade, and he mansplained to me. Like, that sounds really, really, really bad. And then they put comments to him like, oh, let it go, get over it, blah, blah, blah. No, he's calling him out. He's like, come on, show me your receipts. I'll show you mine.
Well, that's funny. Come on.
So
maybe carry on to the video a bit now, because I don't think this Stephen Lang character. It's like he was actually he wanted to be in Cameron's film initially.
Yes,
so.
Cameron gives him the business. Cameron, he likes to
cruise land.
Cameron will get in the mud and dirt with
It's
these
a bit
people.
much, really, when somebody basically people who were not in the film.
Anyway,
yeah,
trolls.
Then they kind of lash out just because they were not eventually in it, so they've got some kind of grudge against Cameron, regardless of anything else. Really, it's just, and it's not only Stephen Lang who's been like that; it's others. So
no.
But, I mean, they got to the point where they thought that basically Showtime was going to, send everyone like copyright infringement fines or something for just stepping in front of the Palmer House. Maybe Mary Reba would be made homeless because she's letting people film in there or something. They did. They got really like kind of upset about that whole thing. So
what? Too many people coming by?
No, it was to do with Cameron filming there because.
Oh, right.
I think basically, obviously, someone like Mary, she would be in contact with either Sabrina or Showtime, and they I think they basically said, we'd rather you didn't use it for any more fan films type stuff. But afterwards, she'd still made kind of little videos in there and so forth. So,
yeah. So then Cameron responds to him and tells him, we've gone through this.
But that's just ridiculous. It's like, at the end of the day, it's up to her. Showtime don't own the house. It's very reasonable.
No, this is gatekeeping. This is like we get to say who does that. And then Cameron tells him, hey, I gave you a chance to come on my show. You bring the receipts, and you didn't do it. You hide like a coward. And then he posts this picture of a cricket. Cameron, I will suggest that you use next time you want to make this point, use a picture of Jiminy Cricket, because that's more recognizable as a cricket than an actual cricket.
Yeah,
actual crickets, people confuse them for roaches.
No, but you're gonna get Disney coming after you for copyright.
Well, not for a meme. Not for a meme.
Well, on Twitter.
Yeah, right.
Hey, after a father that put like Spider-Man on like a grave site for his dead son. So
don't please go down this one now.
You never know.
Oh God.
So then here he is on his YouTube comments. They came for his YouTube comments where he called them out. And we actually read this comment.
There, Sean, by the way.
Hey, Sean. We read this from this Eastern European gentleman. what is this, kindergarten? These people should have something else to do serious. And then this girl comes in. They do. That's why they didn't respond. No, hey, yes, I do, James. The people want it, and I want to do it, and the people love it. Okay,
she's 6 years old or something. Like,
so what?
Right.
No one even talks about this guy unless he's calling them out and harassing them by making his little videos. I'm friends with all of them and hang out with them all the time. And I didn't even know who Cameron was until last summer.
Just a heads up. I feel like kindergarten should be spelled garden, not Garten. With
That's German. That's a Nazi thing, I think.
Yeah, but it's spelled like that on every single
card. To do with the Nazis, for God's sake.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
All right, and then this fella, Rusty Shackelford, is another one.
That's a fake name, obviously, from some TV show.
From King of the Hill, Dale Gribble. By the way, people they remake Beavis and Butthead. The true great Mike Judge show is King of the Hill.
Yeah, but this guy looks like the Unabomber.
Well, yeah. Well, Rusty, the character on King of the Hill is Dale Gribble, and he's like a conspiracy theorist. But whenever he has to give his name out, he uses a pseudonym of Rusty Shackelford, and that's where this comes from.
I think, if I was Cameron, anyone associated with all this, including myself, actually, I mean, if I receive a package in the post from America from Rusty Shackelford, I mean, I wouldn't open it.
Mm-hmm. He says, actually, he missed the birth of his daughter to make a shitty fan film he put on YouTube. Cameron never had a daughter.
He's actually got an imaginary daughter that's not.
Again, but it's a great example of people, making stuff up.
I feel like that
is really ridiculous. You've got to think about it. Yeah.
How could you call it?
Can't you at least do some research? You would know that he's got a son. Mr. C, I've seen some of his recent drawings. They're really good, actually.
Right? Yeah,
he's a good kid. So Cameron calls it. Then one of the Hutter's daughter starts coming after Cameron. She makes a burner account called TP Wolfpack 23.
That's the shittest name I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, that's a reference to Corey Feldman and the Wolfpack. That's after Corey
and
Feldman.
Twin Peaks as well, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, so here's Cameron replying to Joey Pedris. An anonymous account, typically on social media website, used temporarily for activities that user does not want to have tied to their main account. This is when someone asked him, what's a burner account? Oh, you know all about burner accounts, huh? One with less members in the Queen of Hearts fan group, Amy. We're not competing with you. It's not a contest to see who has more friends. It has nothing to do with you at all.
Oh.
Why do you call it a burner account? I got off toxic Twitter and just rejoined to watch this dumpster fire. What makes it a burner account exactly?
She's got it really up in a grill about this burner. The use of the word burner.
She accused of having a burner account.
Do you think she's being like she's in real trouble or something,
Yeah. So anyway, so there's some more. Cameron again, as always, does a good job. This is the classic. This is an old post. This is the one that really got after Cameron here from this Melanie Mullen from Ronettes Bridge. There are a lot of great people in this community. This person is not one of them. These accounts are the same person. This guy also runs the pages Obnoxious and Anonymous at Twin Peaks Worldwide. After another failed attempt to produce a Twin Peaks fan film, he has used every opportunity to vilify people in our community who left his Queen of Hearts project after realizing how unprofessional he is, as well as criticizing others who create Twin Peaks fan art just because they actually have something to show for their efforts. I don't like to call people out like this, but he has been attacking my friends for months, and I want every shred of credibility he has in this community to be taken away from him. This guy is a troll. Treat him like one. So this is a lot of attacks by these people. Again, here he is. This one really, he's been calling me the C word since at least 2013. For a decade. And then Cameron points out he met the woman for the first time, I think, in 2015 or something like that. So there you go. Interesting stuff. And just if anybody wants to know why Cameron Okay, thank you for clarifying, Cameron. I know
don't
you
know
mentioned
if
that in the video.
they seem so sort of like confused and just absolutely staggered by the fact that there's this some sort of push against their whole scene, that they just start inventing things and or thinking things which are partly based on something they've heard or whatever, but they try and make it, the absolute truth. Just the idea that Mary Hutcher thinks she's been called a cunt for 10 years is bewildering, really. I don't know how she can reach that kind of judgment, and it is bordering into just complete paranoia. And so I honestly do think that these people are so upset by the stuff, some of the things that me and Cameron did, like the hipster stuff, and then that thing where I said about Lynch being on the set with a Magnum and a gun and then blowing hipsters away who were too close to the set and things like that. Some of them, I actually said that, and some people may have heard that, and they were probably thinking maybe it's true. I don't know.
Well, I don't think anybody thought that was true.
I don't think I've ever heard Cameron use that term ever in relation.
Well, that's his whole point. He doesn't use that term, and nobody said it to her. Okay, she somehow perceived that she was wronged or something like that. And so she's got that in her head, and you're not going to take it out. And then when Cameron tried to explain himself, she called it mansplaining. You know what I mean?
Well, I think some of the furore around the C word may be based around them picking up on our own sort of beef with regard to the GC incident, and then they kind of wove that into their narrative.
Yeah,
so maybe. I'm not surprised that many of them haven't already claimed that they've been called GCs for at least a decade. Because if they had been, I do think that would be warranted, to be honest. But
now,
so
careful.
What's the
G? It means a gay C.
Oh.
One time, famously, no, but I've only heard you use that term once, outside of joking amongst one another. In anger, him and Cameron Mandela Man in the classic Twin Peaks Coffee Time video, Cameron and James got into it a little bit, and James called him a gay cunt. And
no, it was not on a video. It was in our own little private messages. I didn't call him a GC live on air.
Oh no! He reminded you of calling him you called me a gay cunt, and then you sat back and said, "Do you honestly think I give a fuck, Cameron?" That was
no, I don't think that was. I think you're putting different events together, and that whole thing was just. A lot of this is based around on all sides in terms of me and Cameron, and then all the American fans, etc. A lot of it is all based around the excitement of the different factions online, and with me, my issue was that I was posting things on Twin Peaks Worldwide, which would be, a little bit crazy or a little bit out there, that kind of stuff. And at that time, Cameron was trying to take the page like he's doing now, actually, still, and trying to make it more so it would grow. And so there was just a bit of tension in that sense. Not sexual tension, just.
That was a Freudian slip on your part. Yes, it was sexual.
That could be actually down to what happened with, but it was just ridiculous. Any disputes between me and Cameron were just, it seems like we had a really intense kind of
that's all water under the bridge anyway. Nobody
relationship, and then it just went off the boil.
It went wrong.
And then we just basically made up. So that's great. But there were a lot of people who didn't help in the matter, like i.e. Josh Backhouse. He in fact encouraged a lot of the bad things to happen.
Actually, no, he didn't. To be fair, whenever you would bring him up, Cockhouse would say, "Okay," and try to move on off of it when you were bringing it up. So I was there, so I remember.
So that's
far be it for me to defend Cockhouse, but in this case, I have to.
That's happened.
No, he actually. Do you not remember that one time on the video, or more than one time? Josh actually showed his butt cheeks.
Yeah, and
he
what's
said
that?
He said this is for Cameron.
No, he said this is for you, love.
Wow, you
No,
got
he
good
didn't.
memory. Good
Yeah.
memory. Holy shit.
No, he said it for Cameron.
That's happened with most of the guests, right? Like that.
They pull their dicks, their asses out. Yeah, it's a common thing that happens.
I mean, where they have we have a falling out with James, we get canceled off the thing, and then we get brought back. Like
that can happen.
Happen to you, Walter?
Who, me? No, it's never happened to me.
Oh,
well, because I don't get too offended. You know, the thing is when certain people get upset and that kind of thing or whatever, I could tell when people are serious or they mean it, or when they're just lashing out and trying to be hurtful because they're upset themselves. And I never took anything as personal maliciousness from.
Yeah, I think blocking people,
except for one person who's been on this channel. Otherwise, that's when I find it's actual personal maliciousness, then I take it seriously. Again, I've never felt that from James, even though he said some fucked up shit to me. I've never taken it personally.
I wouldn't say I've said a lot of effed up shit.
I didn't say a lot, did I? I said you said some.
Well, there were moments where I probably could have been better just to have been quiet. Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's all water under the bridge. It's nothing to get your dick tied up in, you know. I never took it as serious maliciousness, and so I didn't care.
I think blocking people could be a bit like ghosting them in reality.
Like after a pump and dump relationship?
Sort of, I guess. I don't know.
That's a little different, but I see what you're saying.
You know, it's just it's visceral. It's like, oh, I'm not liked, you know, and it's like a psychological thing. Like,
yeah, but Mandela, man, I find that about you. You let a lot of stuff roll off your back as far as that kind of thing goes too. I've seen you.
Sure. Yeah.
Life's too short, you know, and you've been to the other side, so to speak. So that must be true for you as far as what you spend your energy on and emotional energy on.
Right. Yeah. No, I just try to let it, everything this too shall pass, or
this too shall pass.
Because
Mandela has been knocking on heaven's door, everybody.
What?
You've been knocking on heaven's door.
Yeah, so to speak. One time I was downtown and things weren't going so well, and I asked God, like, give me a sign, you know. And I looked down, and there was like a little parking meter there, and it had a little magnet on it that said "Let it go," and that kind of became my mind.
Is that like a frozen magnet from the Disney film?
No, it was before that actually, and it's then when that became a popular song, it was like,
I love that movie.
It's weird, you know.
It's my favorite musical.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Frozen.
Yeah, I love Frozen. I was forced to watch it multiple times with my nieces, and I love it. I like it, and no, I've not seen Frozen 2 though. I like Moana too, but I think Frozen is superior.
Controversial opinion, but this guy has the voice the same as the guy on the other videos. You know, we watched at the start. So.
Go ahead.
Okay now.
Careful, James. These people copyright the fuck out of you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, that's it. I forget about it.
Yeah,
they already. It's ready. I know.
But that guy was a real life example of it, wasn't he?
I'm very big.
I've not had me tablets yet this morning.
What?
Phantom Cooper says Cameron is sick for screenshotting Josh's cheeky bum.
No, Cameron did that for eye candy for the fans.
Honestly,
many people like it.
I don't see anything
love
wrong with
kind of sass. And listen, Cockhouse loved that Cameron featured his ass.
Yeah, of course he does. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
He showed it off so that it would be spread, you know.
Look at me bum, everybody. It's me, Josh Cockhouse. Take a look at me bum, you cheeky buggers.
He's like a little child or something. He probably did that when he was at school, I can just imagine. And
I can too.
He told us about that
Yes.
incident when he was at his home, and
People were
some-
trying to enjoy a film, and he had to come down there. Hello, everybody! Stop watching Die Hard. Take a look at me bum instead. Me cheeky bum.
Yeah, but then he leant down and then spread his cheeks.
I've spread me cheeks, everybody. Take a look all the way deep down there.
Not normal.
Take
But
a
at the
picture
same
if
time,
you'd
you know,
like. Oh my God, Bob Antone coming in hot. Former guest of the show, Bob Antone. My son was stalked at Costco by the Ronettes Bridge Group. True story. Well, that's something. That's really something.
Hi, Bob, by the way, and glad to have
Terrifying.
you in the chat today and hear from you.
Thank you for sharing that.
A lot of people viewed the video with you on, so I think there was definitely some interest.
It's a good interview.
But, well, yeah, I mean, it did have over 5 more hours after it.
Yeah, but he provides a very interesting, unique perspective, doesn't he?
But what do you mean, Bob? Okay, if you don't mind filling in a comment, exactly how they stalking him?
Fucking hell!
And in
at
Costco,
a Costco of all places, which Costco's that's a fun trip to make on the weekend. Well, pre-pandemic, they'd have all kinds of samples, and you go through and that kind of thing. And to have the trip ruined by Ronettes Bridge people stalking your child, of all things.
Yeah, but where were they? What they doing? Hiding in behind the aisles?
Yeah, they could. It's a very big. They got big stacks of supersized things of toilet paper and things of that nature. There's lots of places to hide.
Yeah, they're supposed to be a very good Costco, I must say, and good for the employees as well.
And they have a very strong union. Oh no, sorry, they don't have a union. They just pay their employees very well, so they don't unionize.
Just treated well.
Yeah.
So yeah, everywhere should be like that, really, shouldn't they?
Or do they have a union? I can't remember.
All right, can we stop going on about bloody unions all the
Well, no, I don't like to make a false statement to the people.
No,
so I'm not sure people
I'm not sure
unionized.
many of our people watching are that into that topic.
No,
I'm
but
still thinking about people being stalked, like people jumping out from behind the aisle.
Yeah, Bob, that must be quite a story.
Don't they sell things like even TVs and
yes, TVs, everything, TVs, computers. You could buy
trays.
Sorry, what?
Trays.
Trays
Yeah,
of what?
I need a new tray to put
they'll have that there.
Food on.
They have clothes. You know what I mean? It's a good place to buy socks and underwear.
Some quality.
You know what I mean?
That's where I get all my quality clothing.
Well, none of their stuff is low quality. I'll have to say, I've said to sometimes I know a little bit about computers. I'm not an expert, but people sometimes contact me. Hey, can you help us pick out a computer? That kind of thing. And I've often told them, if you don't know anything, just if you get something from Costco, you're not getting ripped off for the most part, And I've had stuff that I've had for 3-4 years taken back, and they replace it. So it's really good stuff. The best character in Catterick is the guy. Sorry, Dan Peak is English. The best character in Catterick is the guy who keeps saying his wife is freezing cold and doesn't realize she's been dead for weeks. He's convinced it's the bumpy ride to the hospital that killed her. That sounds funny, actually. James is not anti-union fan, Cooper. It's quite the opposite. He's pro-union.
Yeah, I don't really think I'm an expert on any of these topics.
Oh, Gary, you're going to have to rewind it a little bit to see. I gave an update on the Cameron Ronettes Bridge and some very interesting highlights from Cameron's video that I think this show needed to be shared on this show, which I thought were hilarious and very telling. So I'm sure you'll go back at some point and watch my breakdown of that, and I recommend you do it.
Yeah, there is another guy who I could show you a little video of.
All right, be careful with those bastards at the BBC, okay?
What's this?
This is a sad story. Grace Van Dien, Stranger Things actress, reveals allegedly sexual harassment by movie producer. So she's taken to streaming on Twitch and stuff and a break from being in movies and TV because she was sexually harassed, which I thought was Which one was she from Stranger Things?
Can't remember her.
No, me neither.
Oh yeah, I can. She's in that. She's in the start of the new series where she's playing a cheerleader, and that goes.
Oh, she's the one that got killed. Yeah, okay, yeah.
She's in the trailer, and it goes off into all that grisly stuff.
The guy that they blame the drug dealer for killing. She's the great granddaughter of movie legend Robert Mitchum. Again, Hollywood nepotism. Okay. She's turning down projects after experiencing sexual harassment. In a live video on the game streaming service Twitch, she played cheerleader Chrissy. Good for you, James. You called it exactly. The fact of the matter is, the last few projects I've worked on, I didn't have the best experience with some of the people I had to work for. One of the producers, whom she didn't name, hired a girl that he was sleeping with, and then he had her ask me to have a threesome with him. So she had a rough time of it. So that's a sad story. I'm sure she'll land on her feet, though.
Well, I think you should just watch something a bit more important than that right now. This is a very interesting clip.
Go ahead.
Check this one out. If you were confronted by this guy, how would you feel?
My patience is wearing extremely thin.
Why?
Because you're still doing cars and you have lied to me.
Well, just doing my car.
I'm fed up with the noise.
What noise? I'm not using the sand or anything.
You were using the sander.
No, that-
Do not
Is that a
lie.
trans man?
Do not lie to me.
That was the grinder.
I don't care what it was. It was noise, and I'm not having it.
Yeah, but I've stopped doing it now, haven't I? And I'm sorry I made a noise.
Listen, when Jenny was here,
Yeah.
I had 5 years of hell.
Last week it was 4.5.
Yeah, well, she was here 5 years. I am not having any more of it.
Okay.
I've already told you I've got an elderly mother in there.
Yeah, I know you've got your mum in there.
Yes, I have.
And
And if my father was alive,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be standing there saying that.
I know there'd be hell to pay, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, there would be hell
I'm going
to
to just
pay.
do this bit quietly now.
I'm not having it.
I'm not using a grinder anymore now.
I'm not having it, I said.
Okay.
I've already told you I'm running on a short fuse, and if I have any more, I will be seeking legal advice.
Okay. I'm sorry, John. I'm going to be quiet from now on.
No, I'm not having it because I've already got a sister in there who is ill,
What do you want me to do?
and you have been told to keep the noise down. I will not have it,
Okay. What
and I'm not having it again.
do you want me to
I
do?
do not wish to speak about it ever again.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
And I
Okay.
tell you now, the whole street will know about it if I have any more trouble.
Okay. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
That's
Sorry.
quite a threat.
That guy should be take over
You make excuses for me.
doing films.
Yeah, but did you see what his threat was? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
To
not
make
having
him-
it.
No, it was if you do it again, the whole street will know about it. That's a very old school, quaint threat, like the shame that you're causing a problem for me, that you'll feel like
It's quite
that's good,
endearing,
though.
really.
It's quaint, yeah, I like
But
it.
this guy, I mean, the neighbor seems like an okay guy, but I don't know exactly what he's doing and what noises he's making. It probably is annoying. So
He said he was using a grinder of some sort. So Bob Antone has updated us. My son is an employee there and was approached randomly. Well, that's something. Bob, is Costco unionized? If you could confirm that for us, I'd appreciate that.
claim to have screenshots of me losing my mind and harassing people. My son had no idea who this person was.
Oh my gosh! I missed that part. Jeez. Screenshots. So what does that mean? Like posts, like comments on Facebook posts? Jeez. And they went out and sought out his son. That is just fucking golly.
What do you mean about screenshots?
Well, it says there, right there. Someone found my son at Costco and claimed to have screenshots of me losing my mind and harassing people. So if they have screenshots,
means like video.
Well, screenshot implies not a video. It didn't say I have a video. It's just like they have screenshots, which implies it's Facebook post comments or something, or it's pictures, right? Screenshots are just pictures; they're not video.
Oh, I see. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's just the way he's expressed it. It's a bit hard for me
Yeah.
to comprehend due to my
Well, because
frazzled
whatever.
mind. But
Can you imagine the person who
why would you confront someone in Costco to start claiming, saying this is how your dad's behaving on Facebook? That's just...
on Ronette's Bridge? Here's your dad. Here's how your dad's behaving on a post about why Cooper said don't take the ring, Laura. He's harassing people.
This is on a private group.
People got a lot of anger out there.
What exactly was the beef about on Facebook? If you don't mind me asking, Bob, because
no, you really want to get to the bottom of this. What the fuck are these voices, Phantom Cooper? That person is, he's probably.
I don't think it's a question of eating too many soy.
Too much soy.
In terms of him having a few issues, I mean, I think that's just how he is. So he's just a very slim guy. Many people would like to have his physique, really.
He's very, he's very mild, and he's taking care of his ill mom, which is sad. You know what I mean? So.
Well, yeah, I think this guy apparently in another video, he says that he's moving to a house further down away, and so it will be better. And he's actually trying to be pleasant to this guy. But on the other hand, if you're trying to be helpful to your neighbor and not annoy them, especially when they've got ill people, why would you post a video of them as an obvious to highlight their eccentricity?
He's eccentric, but also it sounds like a nightmare to live next to him because the guy repeatedly apologizes and he's not having it. So, I mean, that's the type of fella.
I think I could get on with him fine. That guy.
Mm.
If I live next to him, this guy has got like kind of sports car type things and stuff. So he is a bit of a dick, in my opinion, anyway.
Mm.
But that's just my taste, and
again, and we don't know the full story, right?
I'm infringing on that man's freedom to own.
If you've ever had a noisy neighbor or a neighbor who, for instance, has dogs and never ties them up and just has them running around and that kind of shit, you know what I mean? It can really destroy your home life.
Right. Obviously, yeah.
Breaking news posted by Ashton. Ronette's Bridge is no longer keeping itself private. Now, one time I got an invite to that group and I was in it briefly and then kicked out pretty quick.
I was in it for quite a while, and then they just suddenly realized who I was when I posted one time. So
I think I made a comment, responded to a
but
comment.
The thing is, I don't really think that the group. Someone said that it was not. Someone from the group said that it was not very active now, which is pretty understandable or believable. I mean, I could easily imagine that there's not a lot going on.
You don't think it got active during Twin Peaks this past the recent event?
Somewhat, yeah. I think it would have done a bit, but particularly probably as well during the Russ Tamblyn.
Hey, Mandela Man, did you hear about Robert Blake, the mystery man?
What about him?
Passed.
Oh, Lord.
89.
As a matter of fact, I'm there right now.
Oof.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So, yeah.
They are.
What
that's
the
right, Gary.
fuck
they are
is your name?
One of the creepiest performances I think I've ever seen. Actually,
very good creepy performance of David Lynch, creepster villains. He's up there with Bob, certainly.
Well,
Bob had a lot more screen time.
Better than Christian Bale?
Oh, good for you. And how was it?
No. Christian Bale better.
I just find it really strange how he plays a demon who's hunting a man who killed his wife, and then in real life he seems to have the same problem.
The irony!
God, it's so strange. That's what I think Inland Empire is really about.
Inland Empire? You mean Lost Highway?
No, Inland Empire is about how those connections from Lost Highway. Like, it's a cursed film, Inland Empire.
Yeah. Lost Highway is an underrated David Lynch gem. if you go back and rewatch it.
So,
Tells
Well,
us a
the
lot.
thing, the question is, which came first? Like, was Robert Blake? Did Lynch pick up, or the casting director, etc.? Did they think there was something creepy about Robert Blake, and that's why they got him? So or was it the fact that he was in that film, which just pushed him even further into that possibility that he's going to hire a hitman to kill his girlfriend or whatever happened?
It's really bizarre. Like,
but there's definitely a crossing between what is the fiction and then the reality, and I think in Hollywood, especially, that is even more pronounced. Like these people, like when you talk about that girl and she's saying the person casting Stranger Things, the cheerleader, like it's like the reality of them doing some creepy video or some or whatever. It's like they're almost like, I mean, am I in a film now? And Hollywood was always like that, wasn't it? Just you've only got to look at like with Marilyn, and it's almost weird. Like it's like as if Hollywood wants to deny the reality because now they're putting that Blonde film up for Razzies and stuff. And I mean, I watched it and I didn't think it deserves Razzies. It's not necessarily the best film ever made, but it's
White Noise, Blonde are the best films from that year.
So we went through the nominations for the Razzies, and you're right, Blonde was nominated quite a bit. It almost seems like the people working at the Razzies had a real thing with that film personally.
Because Ana de Armas is a Christian, and that's politics being played out.
What?
Come on now. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. It's just
same thing with Mario right now. Chris Pratt.
Yeah, well, Chris Pratt has his issues.
What he
let's as a tribute here, we can hear.
What's his? What do you mean his issues? What
I have put on my screen, okay? Would you? No, I like Chris Pratt quite a bit.
His belief in Christ.
Put my fucking screen up, I said.
What are we turning into like a hardcore Christian network promotion?
No, we're not talking about that. I'm changing the subject, okay? All right, this is David Lynch's comments on Robert Blake. I'm sure many of you have seen it, but it doesn't hurt to pay tribute to the man. He's just died.
Whenever I watch Lost Highway, I'm always very captivated by Robert Blake's performance. What was it like working with him?
Solid gold. Mm-hmm. He was a real good guy.
Yeah.
And I saw Robert Blake on the Johnny Carson show way back when, and it struck me.
This is how James
watching him.
Often.
He did not
quite
care
small guy.
one bit about what anybody thought about him or his work or about the business. Nothing. And I thought that was really refreshing. And I always kind of respected him for being his own man,
That's right, Lynch. Everybody bowing to Lynch. Right.
So Robert Blake, he came up to the house, and I had a real good talk with him. And while we were talking, he told me he was really close with Natalie Wood when they in the old days.
Oh Lord!
And he said Natalie Wood would never have gotten in that little boat that night, and she was deathly afraid of water. Never in a million years would she have gotten in that boat.
Yeah, I read his book recently.
See, another kid.
His book is filled with anger and
It is. I was disappointed that he didn't talk about Lost Highway. He didn't talk about.
He called me Captain Ahab.
Oh, yeah.
And he said he didn't understand one thing.
All right, calm down.
I mean, this guy I guess he's a very troubled childhood, and that sets people off on a bad road.
Yeah. It's a very
words from that last part was obviously it was sort of edited, so he didn't really know what they were talking about, but he was obviously talking about the killing incident.
No, the killing doesn't happen till afterward. He was in Money Train after Lost Highway, so he was coming back up again. And as soon as that killing happened, his career died, like right then and there. And like another weird connection with Robert Blake is when he was younger, he played in that movie that's based on like the first book of like a true life killer. You guys, I'm trying to think of the writer's name. Truman Capote. So Truman Capote was like one of the first writers to go to a jail cell and interview a killer, and Robert Blake plays that killer in the movie back in the day. I can't think of what the movie's called. Maybe you guys could look it up.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. But here, look at this Twitter comment.
In Cold Blood, is it?
In Cold Blood. There you go.
This Twitter comment, typical. James, I want your take on this comment from this individual here. Okay, Mr. I know you can't say. I'm going to read it to you, Mr. Beowulf Jones. Few will shed tears for Mr. Blake, but upon his passing, is it worth it to wonder if he wasn't such a vile, evil man? Would he have the presence to be the most terrifying character in David Lynch's most nihilistic film? This guy really thinks something about himself. Like he's
what's so nihilistic about the film?
This guy just likes to use the word nihilistic.
This is bollocks.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's acting, and what exactly is the truth of what happened with Robert Blake? I don't know.
I'm a little more depressed about Sizemore.
Right. And then here, Mandela Man, this is for you. Sorry, but this man's obituary simply must begin. Robert Blake, who played an extremely creepy dude in David Lynch's movie about a guy who kills his wife and then actually killed his wife in real life, is dead at 89.
The mystery man is a creepy dude. I mean,
well, he is creepy.
He's basically a supernatural, figure, isn't he? Really? Come on. Mm-hmm. Not like a creepy dude. Oh yeah, I saw the mystery man over the road in Blockbuster last night. Yeah.
Here, look at this guy.
No.
Before I knew about his sordid history, I can remember seeing Robert Blake in Lost Highway on a random night after my first semester of college. The first David Lynch movie I saw. To this day, I still believe it may be one of the scariest performances in movie history. Well, I don't know about all that, Alexander Spear. I mean, it was a good performance. I don't know.
Maybe it was for them because they'd never seen anything else by Lynch, and just the nature of it as a film. I mean, he does stand out in that film, definitely.
Where's that makeup from? What is that from?
Look at this guy. Yeah. Please, David Lynch fan people, do not memorialize Robert Blake. I know Lost Highway is a great film, but dude literally got away with blatant murder. He was not a good man. I gotta tell you, this is the fun way to enjoy Twitter.
That's what I'm saying. Like in Inland Empire, Fierce Sieben they're saying that in Poland, when they try to make that movie, people like a real murder occurred, right? So I mean I believe that's what ties all these movies together. It's like Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, and Inland Empire seem like a trilogy of Hollywood to me. Like,
I'd be interested to know about Robert Blake's childhood. Anyway, so.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like a large entity in this too. I mean,
he's quite eccentric in real life as well. I saw some video interview with him, and he was like in where he was living, and he had kind of weights set up a bit. No, that's anything particularly eccentric in that description, but he seemed like quite a loner and stuff like that. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it that Lost Highway is, loosely based
whatever that means,
O.J. Simpson thing too, which is like,
I'd like to think better of David Lynch. I mean, like, for God's sake,
he was inspired by the whole thing. It's just one part of the whole thing, but then again, he said he was taken by the idea of a psychogenic fugue, where you essentially you can travel like 100 miles and you don't know that you've done it. You just suddenly you go into this entire persona sort of thing.
So here's a quote.
That happens to me on a daily basis when I'm near a pie shop. Order 10 apple pies, and then I'm walking.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Well, maybe
walking home. Why have I got these pies? What's happening?
A couple of slices. Here's a quote from A Route to Dream. The makeup for his character was my idea, but it was Robert Blake's idea to shave off his eyebrows. Solid gold.
Who's from this? Who's this from? Sorry.
That's David Lynch reading from Room to Dream.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was like Kabuki look, wasn't it, a bit? But also he had the hair sort of
slicked back, I guess.
Parted in the middle as well a bit.
He did.
Which is a bit unusual.
He is a terrific character. As you say, Mandela, he's a large entity, just like the man behind Winkies. And
Well, I did like the post which Cameron made quite well, and the actual image is quite similar. If you look at Hellraiser 3, the character who's got like a whole eye, which is like a camera lens, and that was before, that was 1992. This is 1997 when it came out.
You would go
this.
Look at how things were back in the 70s. Look at this. Burt Reynolds, you know, he's going to go back and bang several chicks.
Oh,
while
yeah.
Sitting there with a cigarette.
I don't know if
Yeah,
you
but look
know
at
this
Robert
about
Blake's
yourself,
top.
but I really believe that if somebody put
Dressed
you in
a little
room
better, I
all by
think.
yourself for a week, you'd go bonkaroony.
Smoking on the show.
You would go totally round the bend. That if you couldn't come here and thrash around and do all the things that you do and have all the wars and the craziness that you do.
Yeah.
See, because he never talks about all the things that he does. If I was sitting in that desk for 5 minutes and he was over here, I asked him 3 or 4 pertinent questions and you would know what a loon he is. You see.
It is kind of funny, actually. It's a good scene.
Yeah, even though he killed whoever, like I liked Robert Blake. My
Well,
dad was a
Well,
huge.
he can do it
So you
himself.
think he's a murderer, but you're okay with him anyway.
I liked him as an actor. My dad was just very
Well, he hired somebody.
very fanatic about Beretta. And
Well, does that make it better, James? I mean, it's still murder if he's guilty of it. I mean,
No,
you know.
it's equally as
Well,
bad,
he
but it's
found
not.
guilty, right?
No, well, no, obviously not. Or what? He was out. He got away.
I
with
don't
it.
know. Unless he must have been.
He's smoking on the show. But
I'm not sure they basically ever had
Eighty-
enough proof. There's no proof of the actual.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't follow it. That one and the
I'll look it up
the
now.
other one with the guy who was the Beatles producer who killed
Yeah, it's like he was copying him. I mean,
Phil Spector.
Phil Spector, right?
Mhm.
I don't know. Here he is with a parrot on his head. That's quite a picture. You get one of that. You put that right on your Tinder profile, James. Go somewhere, get a parrot on your head. Cross your arms like this. He's got pretty good guns.
Fucking audio.
he was in Little Rascals as well. Our Gang.
Yes,
In
he's
the
a little
last series.
valid actor. I'll be right back. I think my audio's effing up.
Interesting.
I hope Mandela Man's not gone off to like eat lots of cherry pie or something. I don't
He's
know.
moving between worlds.
Yeah. Mike Black, sorry, in 2005, Blake was tried and acquitted of the 2001 murder of his second wife, Bonnie Lee Bakley. In November 2005, he was found liable in a California court for her wrongful death.
He's found liable, okay, but not criminal. Wrongful death, civilly, they're saying, but not criminally,
There
which is
was
what
a
they did to
civil
OJ.
case. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what they did to OJ because the burden of proof for criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt. Very difficult burden to meet. Whereas for
He
civil
was ordered to
liability,
pay $30 million, but the next year he filed for bankruptcy because obviously he didn't have $30 million.
It's a
But
lot of money. Same thing. They did the Ron Goldman's family did the same thing to OJ. They lost criminally, so they went after him civilly.
in September 2019, Blake started a YouTube channel titled Robert Blake, I Ain't Dead Yet, so stay tuned.
Oh, that's pretty good. I wasn't aware of that.
It's a must-see channel, I imagine.
He really did that, huh? How did that not come up on our radar?
What's that?
Robert Blake had a YouTube channel.
Did he? What the hell?
I ain't dead yet. So stay tuned.
I'm looking for it right now. There it is.
Deleted. Oh, it is still there, yeah.
He didn't put up a lot of content.
That might have been when I saw the video of him. Yeah, like in the video, you see how in the profile photo, he's only got like 1,000 over, 1,500 subscribers. I don't think people are too keen to subscribe.
Yeah, well, was Money
No,
Train
I've got it up here now. By the way, if you want to put my screen. up.
was Money Train his last film? I mean, what was his
His
last
quote is, "Well, good people, I got enough things wrong with me to kill an elephant." But, and then he says, but.
No. If you read the whole description, well, good people, I got enough things wrong with me to kill an elephant, but the guardian angel seems to think I still belong here, because without her, I'd croak in a minute. You kidding me? I'm dead serious. I've always known that there was some spiritual thing, and I call it my guardian angel that watches out for me. And maybe you can put in a good word for her to keep this old busted up cowboy scratching along for a little while longer.
Yeah, this is probably one of the videos I've seen.
I ain't going to end this with a period, because the period comes when I croak. And in case you don't know it, you ought to look over your shoulder and see what's watching over you. Sounds like a bit of a threat.
Celebrities dropping like flies.
Let's see if there's any.
What, 89? What are you talking?
No, but it's just size more the week before.
Yeah, but come on.
It's somebody every week now, not necessarily from Twin Peaks, but it's one person. It's at least one to three every week are falling out, dying, and or ending up in the hospital.
It doesn't look like he did a specific episode about
what's his last film role? That's what I'm most interested in. Like, what was Money Train the end of the road for roles, or because I don't remember ever seeing him in anything after
that. No, I mean, how many people are going to be offering him roles in films after what happened?
Oh, Edward Furlong and Shelley Duvall are in a film, so who knows? It's just never over till it's
here. This is all my acting notes, and I don't even know what the hell this one is. What is it? This one is The Money Train.
That's like me looking at my...
I can tell you personally, one of the worst experiences I ever had was doing The Money Train. I had 3 or 4 friends that all said, do The Money Train because that's what you should do. I had a terrible time doing it, but I got through it. So here's The Money Train, and you look at it. By the way, see all these colors?
Movie.
White means it's the original script. Blue is
at least give us some information about
rewrites.
why you had a bad experience.
Green is another level of rewrite. Yeah. And then finally, we get to pink, which is a complete rewrite. So this one, they didn't rewrite the whole script. They just kept sending out portions of it. So we don't have to spend all day on it. What I'm telling you is this is my script.
Oh no, there's a fair amount of writing there. So
here's my more acting notes on it.
I lost time.
More acting notes. And some fine rewrites that I didn't even put in because the movie was over and I was glad.
This video is not really playing properly.
Out of New York, and
none of them ever do.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let me. The fuck's going on with my fucking internet?
To do with the, the definition.
Get off of that movie.
It's Robert Blake.
God, it was an awful experience.
All right, but this is not.
It's a good Robert.
Anyway, come on.
So anyway.
No, it's not really, is it?
This is really boring. It's like basically we've gone round to Robert's house. We're just sort of filming, looking through some books, and kind of saying I have no memory of making any of these notes. That's it. That table got loads of tablets all over it.
This
that's
yeah.
65,000. Oh, I forgot.
All right, Robert. Fucking hell.
This script has.
Is this how he tortured people?
Oh no, those are his prescription. Wow.
If he's not on those, there
the devil has his staff. Look at this. Look what it says on his table here. The devil has his staff. The Many Faces of Evil.
Oh my
And
god!
he's got loads
see?
of prescription meds up here.
Fucking
That's
weird.
a good eye,
right?
James, that you caught that. He was probably
There's more than just those ones
bit
on
of
the
an
edge. There's ones in the middle as well. He's got a whole collection of medication there. He must have had a few different. That must have been part of why he wasn't imprisoned or something. I mean, apart from his age, he must have had mental problems. And stuff.
Lawyer. It was the expensive lawyers that he hired.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That these are original screenplays. You know, you can go out and look on the internet and you'll see a script of The Godfather with Al Pacino's name on it. But it's one of 9,000 Godfathers. The dead honest truth. These are original screenplays.
Dead
with
honest
my
truth.
original notes.
Oh, he's trying to sell the Money Train script, like, and everyone's like, "It's all right. I'm not really that interested, thanks."
I guess that's what he's doing.
Well, he's trying to show it to somebody and see if anyone's interested. But I mean,
I
that's
don't
got
mean
Jay
to
Leno
do
in it,
anything
hasn't
to
it?
you, but when you read them carefully, you'll be
If it was
able
a
to
Sandra
figure
Bullock
out
film,
that
I'd be
they
more
do
interested.
mean something.
Money Train is actually quite an entertaining sort of daft film.
How did Gary
I've not
North? How on earth did OJ get away with it? Robert Kardashian and among others.
Fuck
I press-
yeah.
I press clear.
He's got 3 comments on this video, 1.5K views only. Mr. Blake, I've always liked to hear you telling stories from your past. When Johnny Carson had you on, you made the show. I wish you the best. Keep on going, sir. And this guy says, Lost Highway is one of my favorite movies, and In Cold Blood. Robert, you were great at Money Train. Okay, well, there you go. So
But see, it's a limited amount of roles.
there's a good documentary about OJ and how he got away with it, and it's pretty accurate. It was a tumultuous time in America.
Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard the theory that it was?
And also, was it his son or his son?
Yeah, OJ's son. Yeah, that's. Have you heard that theory, Voltaire?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, that
What,
maybe
his son
she
murdered them?
that he had like a little fling with Nicole, and that it's
possible.
it was OJ's way to like cover it up.
I tend to believe the Chris Rock theory.
Oh,
where
that
he
was.
says, I ain't saying he's right, but I'm saying I understand. When he sees his ex-wife riding around with this waiter, this handsome waiter in his Ferrari, the guy driving his Ferrari with his ex-wife, it might make you a little bit angry.
Did you? What was I gonna say?
No, but what I heard is that his actual son may have done the killing.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but Mandel's theory is that the son was banging around with Nicole as well. So he's the one who got jealous of her being with another man.
Now, if you look at Megyn Kelly, to me that must. I mean, it seems like Nicole had surgery and came back as a news anchor. But,
oh, come on.
No, I'm serious. Take a look at the two of them.
Megyn Kelly and Nicole, that's a hot blonde chick look. Very common look. It's not that uncommon.
Seems almost identical.
It's very, very, very common in Derby.
Yeah. Lots of hot blondes in Derby, is there?
I bet.
Not really. Not like that, no. It's a very specific kind of American look, isn't it? Like the peroxide look. But with just tanned and kind of...
I was watching Red Letter Media's...
it's like an 80s look a bit.
Like breakdown of Nightmare Before the Nightmare on Elm Street series, which are these movies I've never seen. So,
wait, you've not seen the Nightmare on Elm Street films?
No, but I noticed that there's like
fucking hell.
There's a little bit of a parallel there with Bob.
How have you not seen Nightmare on Elm Street 1 through 3 at least?
I just have never wanted to watch them.
Well, those first 3 films are really classic. I love number 3.
Well, it's interesting, especially when you say the parallel. Like Cameron has often mentioned how New Line released Fly Walk with Me, and New Line was the distributor for all the Elm Street films, and there is a big parallel between that kind of idea of the child abusing demonic figure and then Bob later, really.
Well, okay, so not only that, but I think it's in the third or fourth movie when they destroy him towards the end. There's like these glowing ghost orb things that attack, like come for Robert Englund, and it's kind of reminds me of the orb and the ball of Bob, and all that. Like maybe that's
interesting observation for sure, and a good one, I think, because I do think that Bob Orb business, and it looks so 80s and so kind of it looks so cheesy. Like people were just like, "What the hell? This is terrible." But I went to see quite a few of those films at the cinema, but the best one, apart from the original, is Wes Craven's New Nightmare. That's where it crosses over between like reality and the story, as in like Freddy comes into the reality of Heather Langenkamp, who played the main character in the original. He kind of invades into the Hollywood reality.
Some of them appear at the funeral that are previous characters or something. The weird thing about Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is that not episode 2, but the whole series is I always Freddy having 5 fingers with razor blades, not 4. The 4 looks kind of feminine. It's a Mandela effect. But in New Nightmare, it's 5. So there's a residual memory of the 5. But if you look on every other movie, it's 4. And also having
a 4-knived glove looks feminine. Right?
It's a little.
Not so sure. I'd be there like, I'm not really that scared of it. It looks a little more. I don't think that's true. He must have always had 4 knives on the.
It was 5 in my memory, and many people.
Oh, okay. You're talking like a memory. Right,
yeah.
Well.
C5 remembered there in Rick and Morty. Also in that.
I think it's always been 5 on them.
There's
otherwise it would be like. Imagine if you made a glove like that and you didn't put one on the thumb, you'd be like thinking, I'm wasting space here that I could be slashing teenagers up.
I think on the thumb looks more feminine, if anything, Mandela. I think all 5, like, ooh, look at me fingers. Ooh, I got my
maybe if the knives were all painted like pink.
In Evil Dead, it's either 1 or 2 in the cabin. There is a Easter egg of Freddy's glove is like above the door. And it also has 5. So there's little residuals of the original, reality, but that's a big one to me.
You're not talking about the remake of the Evil Dead? Or...
No, it's the original first 2. I believe it's the second one.
Because they, of course, during the last decade, they did another remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, and it with Rooney Mara in it. And she was like at her best sort of, well, actually that was her film debut pretty much, I believe. And she was criticized really badly for being so like, just.
Isn't that New Nightmare, James?
No, not that. That was 1996 or something, New Nightmare.
But the one where it's not Robert Englund, it's played by a different actor.
No, it's still Robert Englund in New Nightmare. That was the last one they made before this new one. And this new one is nothing to do with Robert Englund or.
Okay, well, it's the new one that stands alone from the other ones. It's right? That's the one.
It wasn't deemed very successful, really. It's not.
That's the one where
good. Yeah, it's not.
Oh, Ashton says that Lost Highway was Robert Blake's last film. There you go, Mandela.
Oh, the Money Train didn't come out after that?
Well, unless that's what Ashton says. She's just looked it up.
I think Money Train was more like the same year as The Net. So that kind of.
Yeah.
When, real classic films were
weird. I remember Money Train in 96. And what year did Lost Highway come out? 97?
That's what Ashton says.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
It may have come out in 96 in in some release in the US, and then 97. No, it was 97, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So I can remember it came out like about August or September here.
So what do you think they're going to?
97.
What do you think they're going to do for this Voltaire? You think they're going to get a sound alike?
I'm sorry, for what?
A Royland sound alike for this last season? Of,
Yes, it's not the last season. They still got a couple under contract. So, for those who don't know, who aren't Rick and Morty fans, I love Rick and Morty. It's one of the best things on TV. It's hilarious, excellently written. But the guy who does the voice of both Rick and Morty has been disgraced for credibly chatting with a minor. Now, normally I don't take these things seriously, but he has criminal charges pending. He's going to court criminally for it. So,
God,
What do you mean you don't normally take these things seriously? I mean,
well, because people make accusations all the time. But my thing is, well, if this is true, why isn't he in jail? Why isn't somebody prosecuting him? Right? This guy's getting prosecuted. So those are credible. So he's already done with that. So you say, how is it going to whatever? According to stuff I've read, he hasn't been a part of the writer's room. He's been showing up drunk and doing the voices and just leaving. He's barely ad-libbing anymore like he used to. So yes, they'll find somebody to carry it on. Will it be the same? No, it won't be the same. But I'll still watch and give it a chance.
This guy's just gone a bit strange, or having some problems and burnt out, whatever.
He was texting a girl constantly, a fan, and he would call her jailbait. He'd go, "Oh, hey, jailbait, how you doing?" And why are you such a fucking jailbait bitch? Stuff like that, joking around like that was his humor.
Well,
he was knowingly texting he was knowingly.
That is, I must say, that's hilarious humor. Not in any way like getting himself into any trouble like that.
Yeah, and like Mandela says, he's a millionaire. He had access to Hollywood type women, and he chose that.
18-year-old.
Which actor is this?
He's a voice actor for the guy for the show Rick and Morty. Yeah.
Which character?
Rick and Morty.
Both characters.
Both of them. But okay, so how old is he then?
Like 39.
Yeah.
Okay, but so he's pretty young. So he's been part of the show since he's been very young then.
Well, I mean, the show's like mid-30s. Yeah.
I suppose the show's about 15 years old or something, isn't it?
No, it's not that old, I don't think.
Maybe
it's more like 6 years, 7 years.
10, maybe at the most.
At the most.
Oh, okay, it must just be very well known. And how did he get in touch with her?
She fan on Twitter or Instagram. These celebrities, they look at their Instagram posts, and I've heard comedians joke about it. They go, "Yeah, I look at my Instagram posts," and they go, what do you read the comments for?" He goes, "I want to see if there's any hot chicks who have commented on any of my posts, and if they're hot, I reach out to them." That's how they meet women.
Voltaire, it's kind of not that surprising when you think about. Yes, it's a great written show, but
nothing wrong with that as long as they're not like jailbait.
It had protest in the show, so it's not that surprising that
they had what in the show.
Like pro incest jokes.
They did have incest jokes.
So it's not that
encouraging it.
That the guy's a little bit of a scumbag.
You know what I wonder? If you watch porn is vile. I've said it before. It's not benign nowadays, but there's a large genre of
at one time
stepmother.
It was very endearing.
What's that?
One time you just take it home and say, "Mum, look what I've got." Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah,
that's
back in the old days,
that's pretty hard.
It'd be a nurse giving a sick patient a sponge bath, that kind of thing, or something. Now it's all stepmother and stuff like that.
It's always been hardcore porn. But before,
but there's a lot of this.
Before there was a lot of bush obscuring, what was going on. So it wasn't quite so much of a just meat fest.
No, well, it's not benign, everybody, so stay away from it. But there's a lot of stepmother and MILF porn, and I wonder if you're a young man now. If, like, when I was younger, I banged a few older women, but like,
all right, stop showing off now.
I wonder if guys like seek it out now because of the porn that's out there. It's really something.
Well, yeah. an addiction that you have to get weirder and weirder with to get the same kind of oomph.
Yes, well, so.
Yeah.
I like how Millie has had an extreme moral reaction to it. So
Is that Rick and Morty guy that filmed the video with a baby doll? I haven't watched a second of the show for that very reason. I'm not familiar with what she's talking about.
No, so that's the other writer, Dan Harmon. He pretended to fuck a baby doll.
Dan Harmon did that?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, he was accused of Me Too stuff. I know that.
Okay. Yeah. So they're both not that great.
You know.
Great writers.
No. Dan Harmon accusations, I read about them. They all seem bullshit, truthfully. But I didn't know about this video that Millie is referencing.
No, yeah, he thought it was hilarious. You know,
it must have reminded Millie of her own videos with baby dolls.
Same thing. Thing with James Gunn, by the way, everybody. So, I fully expect if James Gunn films in theaters and they're not on HBO Max, we're going to get some pushback and protest outside. I would hope that America is going to.
Nobody's protesting. He's been releasing films. He's released Guardians of the Galaxy.
I would definitely stand out there with the tweets on a
Why? His tweets weren't that bad. We reviewed his tweets extensively on this show.
You don't.
None of them. They were bad jokes. None of them were that anything terrible.
I want to fuck kids is a joke.
He made a tweet like that, Mandela. Not that bad.
Dark shit to me.
Yeah.
Not that bad. The man who says porn is bad, and you're willing to extend.
I didn't. I said he didn't make tweets that bad, did he? I'm asking you.
Oh yeah,
that's very bad. Obviously,
that's why they fired him from Disney, and then I guess it to them flew over, and they rehired.
Look, I swore we went through the tweets on this show, and I looked at the one. Well, maybe I didn't see them all.
We
went through them all, and they were just bad jokes. None of them were.
Ugh, that you're giving him way too much of a benefit of the doubt, bro.
Really? Let's find.
I would say so. For you, Voltaire, it's surprising.
What about why me? Because I don't like
porn. What you're saying about the porn and everything, you have a very kind of conservative bent as far as.
That's not conservative. Okay. I just think porn's not benign. Some porn is okay, but I just think the porn they produce nowadays is not benign.
We're talking about it psychologically. It's not a political discussion, is it?
Right. That's the thing. Exactly. Thank you. There's nothing political about that. It's not benign, the stuff that they produce now.
Wow.
And I'm very happy I'm not a young boy nowadays who has a phone in his pocket. All right, here's
a lot of things. It's just part of the market that's opened up there, and it's sort of
it's
unmonitored, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. All right. Well, right off the top, Mandela Man's right. Here's one of his tweets. I like it when little boys touch me in my silly place. Shh. Like that's not funny.
Hilarious, man. Hilarious. Come on.
What's the context to this? Why would he?
He's trying to be funny. Oh, look at this one, James. Listen to this one. The Hardy Boys and the mystery of what it feels like when Uncle Bernie fists me. Hashtag sad children's books.
Oh, fucking guy.
I don't even understand all this kind of stuff, really. I mean,
look at this one. This is terrible. Hollywood The Expendables was so manly, I fucked the shit out of the little pussy boy next to me. The boys are back in town. Like these are bad jokes.
You barely say them on our stream.
That one was quite funny.
Okay, well, what about this one? Hang on.
Disgusting.
Do you think he should be canceled for this one? The hotel shower is the weakest ever. Felt like a 3-year-old was peeing on my head.
Come on, dude. I mean, they just reward him with.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, he's just stupid. He's just trying too hard.
All right, now this is just funny here. This is just good comedy. Here it is. My new film, Jerk Loose, a small town where beating off is illegal, and one high school kid jerks off in front of the others to show how fun it is. That's kind of funny. Come
That's what happened with me down at the down at that water pipe.
Was it illegal there?
Well, no, it wasn't, but it was just making sure it was legal. I actually said it hurt. So.
Oh, that's right. It's mommy. Okay. I'm about to vomit as I'm stuffed with étouffe and eggplant. I'm Louis Andersoning my ass out. Just the fat, not the little boys. What the fuck? Some of these are pretty fucked, actually.
See? bro. And then
oh my God, look at this one.
And then
I remember my first. Yeah, Mandela, this one's going to make you lose your mind. I remember my first NAMBLA meeting. NAMBLA is the National North American Man Boy Love Association. It was the first time I felt okay being who I am. Some of those guys are still my BFFs.
See, bro? Come on, that shit ain't a joke.
Oh my God.
That's the point. That's his humor. Like that is the whole point of it, is joking about things we shouldn't joke about.
Right. Like this one. This is a harmless joke, this one here. I'm doing a big Hollywood film adaptation of The Giving Tree with a happy ending. The tree grows back and gives the kid a blowjob.
I don't think that's funny.
That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny.
I think it's gross.
I don't even understand the joke.
He's an adult at the end of The Giving Tree, so, you know.
And then he rewards Ezra Miller, who's another kiddie type of, he's got his weird cult. It's just, I don't know. It's
how much bloody speed blow or
exactly
drinking are these people doing when they're thinking up these stupid texts?
This is excellent point, James. These are like from 2009. He was probably out on the town doing blow, thinking he's edgy and funny.
It's just like they get into this addiction in writing these things because of the responses they get.
Some of them are pretty bad, though, James.
I think at that time, you've got to remember, though, there was especially...
They'll be back.
A lot of this kind of outrage humor, wasn't there? The Farrelly brothers, etc.
Yeah.
But this is taking it up to another level where it goes into just...
Yeah, like the Footloose joke. That's a funny joke that everybody can enjoy. But then you talk about, like this one here, 3 men and a baby they had sex with. Like, that's not funny. What's that?
You're thinking of children wanking in front of each other. That's not.
Well, no, Footloose was about high school kids. It's not the same thing.
No,
I mean, instead of
in his joke, he says it's like 10-year-olds. I don't want to think about 10-year-old boys wanking.
No. He says it's a high school kid. So,
I mean, if somebody forced me into a situation where there were 10-year-olds wanking, I would say no. Get me out of here.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's very brave of you, by the way, to say that publicly.
Good, and I'd also say I'd report them to the police for wanking.
Yeah, you know what? Some of these are too much. Eagle snatches.
I mean, what happened to me when I was 10, and I was encouraged to masturbate.
I'm glad you acknowledged that.
I actually said to the so-called friends.
Who encouraged you to masturbate at age 10?
The other friends. They were
your friends, your peers, peer pressure.
We went underneath a motorway to, a dual carriageway, and then by the time we got to the other end of this water pipe that we crawled through, it was like a mass wankathon. And I said, it hurts. And then they went, it hurts. It hurts.
It hurts.
It hurts.
It sounds a bit like the end of
If I was the one standing up for myself and saying, no, I'm not going to be standing around or sitting down, lying down, etc., wanking in front of other 10-year-olds, okay? The book stops here!
Man, you're a brave man, even back then.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But the thing is, I just realised that, if only there'd been someone just coming along, like a man with his dog or something, and he'd seen what was happening, he said, oh, you lot, stop wanking.
Maybe that guy, Johnny, who lives next door, that guy. Me mum is sleeping and you all out here wanking.
I'm not having it.
I'm going to tell the council.
You think James Gunn dyes his hair and beard to seem older?
No, I think he's legitimately gone gray that way.
Turned white overnight.
He fancies himself like the guy, the director, what's his name's character in Mulholland Drive, Justin Theroux. He does model himself after Justin Theroux's character in Mulholland Drive. Look at him.
Oh Lord, yeah.
I'm not kidding. He tries to emulate that style. Look at him.
Yeah, okay. I see what you mean.
He thinks he's like a hip, cool. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, he watched Mulholland Drive when he was an aspiring director, and he saw that Justin Theroux character. He's like, man, that's the tits. I gotta make myself look like that.
Come on now, do you not think character was what Lynch was showcasing there, where other directors who looked in that kind of way at the time, even like J.J. Abrams. I mean, he's got it down to a T.
Yeah, I mean, I think that look and look, it's a good look. If you're a guy who wears glasses.
For you, for instance.
I think it's a great look, truthfully.
I'm just trying to think of how I might be.
Justin Theroux in Mulholland Drive, driving in that convertible Porsche. The panties must have been getting thrown at him if you're driving in Hollywood like that, looking like that, working in the movies.
Well, with that shirt on, he looks like.
Well, no, this is a bad look here, but he's dressed better.
Heads up on. Oh, I thought that was somebody else. Okay.
He looks like a man who's had a 3-year-old pissing on his head.
I'm looking at.
Oh!
It's like Seth Rogen a little bit there.
Oh! See, he's trying for this Justin Theroux.
Oh!
No,
oh!
Sorry, that was a bit.
He's looking for this Justin Theroux, Mulholland Drive look. But you're right, James. What's his name does it too. You're absolutely right. What's his name
As
again?
a matter of fact, I'm there right now.
Oh, creepy.
What the fuck is your name?
You're where right now? Yeah. At your house.
Right. Can we please stop showing these photos now? It's James.
I'm telling you, he's going for that Justin Theroux and Mulholland Drive.
Whoa, shit, like right
there.
there.
Good for you.
Oh, good for you. And how was it?
Cut out. Redo that clip and cut out the "how was it" part. Just shorten it. Okay, Jim? You can leave that one in, just like that.
I don't know. Anyway, enough of this now. I think James Gunn was punished for this, wasn't he, for a while? But then
he was fired and
taken back into his fold because he was.
And now he's gotten a massive promotion. Actually, he's doing quite well for himself.
So, what does that say about the sick morality of Hollywood? I will actually, on this basis, I will never watch a James Gunn film ever again.
Thank you.
I tell you that. Yeah. In fact, I will. If I see a James Gunn film in the cinema, I'm actually going to pick it.
Yeah, he can fuck off as far as I'm concerned.
He's doing superhero films, so it shouldn't be too hard for you now, James.
He's losing another DC.
I hate superhero movies now, generally. Like all they've got on it now is like the new Shazam film, and then they've got the new bloody Ant-Mania, Quantum Mania, and all this crap.
Mania.
Or Puss. There's new animation of Puss in Boots.
Puss in Boots.
That shit is big overseas for some.
Who goes and sees this shit?
Yeah. Apparently, like third world countries watch Puss in Boots, like it's no tomorrow. Paddington Bear too is another big one.
Well, the big reveal in the latest Shazam trailer to drop, is that Wonder Woman is in it. Gal Gadot.
Yeah, it's not actually been released yet, has it? The film?
No, the film is coming out.
Well, they're trying to keep the interest in the film by having her in it, and
correct.
It works both ways because people are a little bit fed up with Wonder Woman. So,
but
that last film she did was not so great. So
they should have Sinbad as a genie. That would make a little bit of sense, and then play on the multiverse part of that, like he was Shazam the genie.
So these films. This is where DC has a challenge because, these films, whether they matter or not going forward, because they don't know if Gal Gadot is going to continue. People think that this means that Gal Gadot is going to be in this. Now, DC's been in a constant state of flux. Like the Rock's film about Black Adam, it should have had Shazam in it, but The Rock insisted that they don't put Shazam in it because he thinks that this character of Shazam was too stupid and babyish. I tend to agree with The Rock on that one.
Yeah, but did you watch the movie? It was not good.
I liked it.
You agree with The Rock?
Oh! I agree. That was perfect. Good for you.
It started out all right, but it fucking petered out for me. Like,
I thought it was good. It was an interesting take on Hawkman, right? I thought that Pierce Brosnan was good in it too. Sorry,
the Marvel films are just so kind of mundane
clownish
and just predictable, and especially
they're almost like predictable is a good word.
That's my problem with Adam film. It's too Marvel.
Safe. It's like as if the most minimal effort has been put into them nowadays, and like that Black Panther film had everything possible going for it, but it was like as if it was directed by somebody who was asleep most of the time.
Thank you.
Very good.
That was a bad film. That Wakanda Forever is
I didn't
not a
say
good
it was
film.
bad, but it was lax. I
It's
did
boring.
like the ending bit of it with the little cute boy and stuff, but it was not like that. Oh, I can't like he's a baby boy. So I can't express my like for a baby.
Yeah, I get it. That was a joke.
Oh!
My brain's melting down here.
It was just not good, and the and if it wasn't for the fact that I already had access to a Disney subscription,
Can we just have some standards here, please?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When I mention a cute baby boy at the end of Black Panther 2, you don't start immediately making out that I'm sick. I mean, that is
sick.
That's not. This is
We-
so 2009, or it's not funny.
We have Dan and Royland on the brain. Sorry.
Yeah, I suppose. So yeah, and the upcoming Marvel movie, The Marvels, has been delayed again, and there's rumors on the set that Brie Larson is fighting with everybody on set. We don't know how true that is, truthfully.
Hitting her in the face. I can imagine she's getting into a lot of angry disputes because that's probably what she's paid to do as a celebrity, I think.
Well, she's the movie was supposed to be called Captain Marvel 2, and they've changed it to The Marvels, and apparently she's very upset.
Anyway, it's been made, so she's not fighting with anyone now, is she? This is just pathetic. A way of trying to publicize the film. But
yeah.
But based around the fact that she's not the main star anyway, so it kind of has the best of both worlds, doesn't it?
Well, she's not happy about that, Ms. Larson.
Oh yeah, well it's too late now, isn't it? So she should just go off and make serious films and stop being, a superhero then.
Well, that's good advice.
That's pretty deep shit. And I've seen her in, I saw this film that she did earlier on called Short Term 12, and she was really good, and it's a really good film. I'll recommend it.
Sorry, what's the film called?
Hey, you know what, Voltaire? I feel like they blew it with the Marvel thing because, original Captain Marvel, he died of cancer. You could have had like a whole new story there, like something we never tackled before, a superhero dying of cancer. But no, they skipped over original Mr. Marvel and went to Miss Marvel, and it's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like
she's big in the comics, so. Now, this has been according to this update, these rumors have been debunked. There's no truth that she's been acting like a diva. Oh, yeah.
That's a slightly in pain version of it.
Apparently, Larson wasn't happy with the sequel that was titled The Marvels and not Captain Marvel 2. I believe that, to be honest with you. Why has Blade been delayed? That's a good question.
But the thing is, they can make these sort of like rumors and things based on nothing. It's as bad as that. The whole thing. It's not like at any point somebody's recording going, "Well, I wish they call it Captain Marvel too," because I am Captain Marvel, by the way, not the Marvels.
Yeah,
like we're a bloody pop band or something. I mean,
there's many of them.
There's not. I'm sure she pretty much at the end of the day just realized it was the best option. I don't know. Knows, why else has Brie Larson got herself her own YouTube channel and things? And it's got her like doing yoga and bending over when she's wearing this kind of slightly low cut top, and it's like she doesn't want people to think that she's a complete dick, does she? Obviously, that doesn't really work that well for celebrities.
I mean, the only real evidence of her being a complete dick is that speech she gave, that famous speech she gave. I don't care what 40-year-old white men reviewing films have to say.
Yeah, but the thing is, she's only still quite young, and like on her YouTube channel, she like plays video games and stuff. I mean,
is that right?
Yeah.
They all try to hop on the game bandwagon, the video game bandwagon. Lex Friedman's been doing that, and like,
oh yeah, she doesn't actually like games. She's just like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna do this now.
Take advantage of these people. Here's some good Brie Larson scenes for everybody. This is some of her early work.
Right, this is Scott Pilgrim. This is
Housebroken.
Oh, I've never seen this film.
Well, your breakers are fine. Your power's shut off.
pay bills?
He totally would, especially lately, because he's been trying to get us to move out.
Why don't you scoot in the house, Pie Fit? Just a friendly little chitty chat.
Now that was Biff from Back to the Future playing her father in that.
She looked really small there.
Doesn't she? She looked very petite.
Obviously, it's been some kind of effect that's made her look bigger.
I don't know. I mean, this is 2009. Again, that seems to be a theme of this show, 2009. So
She probably grew her foot since then, yeah.
Brie Larson's character reminds me of Buffy Summers in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer TV series. LOL. I agree. She does somewhat remind me of that girl from Buffy.
Michelle Gellar.
Michelle Gellar, who was also star of the movie The Grudge. It's a pretty good movie, actually.
The best one is the Southland Tales. Kristen Now.
I'm not familiar.
What are you talking about The Grudge for?
So we're talking about Sarah Michelle Gellar.
You ever seen
right.
else, Voltaire?
Yeah, Sarah Palmer's in it, isn't she?
Is she?
In The Grudge, yeah. She plays the mother.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that very well. Sorry, what's the movie? The Southland Tales? Is that the one with the L.A. cops with Jake Gyllenhaal?
No,
that's just Southland.
No, it's got The Rock and it's got
not many people watch it.
Amy Poehler and
no, it sounds like a terrible cast.
No, it's a very good movie. It's
Really?
it's a Richard Kelly film. The only other film he made besides Donnie Darko and The Box. You should check it out.
Wonder what he's doing now.
Justin Timberlake's in it.
Is that where Justin Timberlake lives? He's a drug dealer in like Palm Springs or something like that.
Oh
I have
no. He's
What
a
is
drug
he?
dealer in this movie too, though. But no.
I thought they live in
Did
Palm
you ever
Springs.
see that one he did with Amanda Seyfried called In Time? It's got this unbelievably shit like car effect.
No, I haven't.
It's really bad. Oh, yeah.
How
I find
ironic,
it.
how ironic that movie you're talking about that Anton Yelchin would get murdered in that movie, and then it's kind of like it's almost predicting his death, even though he was killed by.
Which film are you talking about? Oh, it's Southland Tales. Or...
No,
I have seen Southland Tales now that I think about it.
When he's talking about where
Green Room.
It's a drug dealer, and they hang out, and then that kid gets killed at the end because he knows about.
Well, he's like severely injured in Green Room as well.
Sharon Stone plays the mother.
Seemed to get the manner of his death was bizarre.
God, strange. Yeah.
Possible though. Yeah, he obviously has some kind of must have had some kind of drug use issues or something. I think.
The car put its, the car put.
No, but he looked so frail before he died and stuff.
Oh, okay. I didn't think drug addict.
Well, I don't know what it was.
The kid who kills him in the movie, he was a drug addict.
Well, I don't know, but there was something up for sure.
I don't know what that movie's called. I've seen it quite a few times.
Just have
it. Hello.
Can you see this now? This is the In Time car crash movie effect. Amanda Seyfried and Justin Timberlake are driving along, and this amazing effect happens here.
Yeah, I've seen this. Is that even real? That's a Saturday Night Live sketch.
No, it's real. That's the real film. I don't know if someone may have put it in the film as a joke, even. Who knows? But it's. I think it's a good example of how Hollywood is just full of complete fabrication and BS.
Well, the Batman. Too.
Sorry, guys. Ronald Yoder American Welcome. Ronald Yoder American Classics. Alpha Dog. You're right. That's the film I'm thinking of. Where
there you go. That's the one. Yeah.
That's the one I'm thinking where Justin Timberlake plays a drug dealer in.
Yeah. He plays in Southland. He's a Iraq vet that also happens to be dealing drugs.
Okay. Then I saw Alpha Dog, not this film.
Yes.
Or he's playing a Palm Springs drug dealer. Mike D, welcome back, Mike D. Hey, buddy. Thor Ragnarok.
He's not the best actor, is he? Come on.
Who?
Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake? He's a triple threat. He could dance, sing, and act.
Yeah, but do you remember him in The Social Network? Like, he was actually quite good because he just played a dick in that. And
yeah, he was actually... There's that terrible Mike Myers movie, The Love Guru. He plays a role in that, and he's hilarious in it. He's actually... And the movie is not good. I'm not recommending it. But he's actually very funny in that film.
Thank you. I'm glad you've been straight about that.
Yeah. So Mike says Thor Ragnarok, Avengers Infinity War are the most rewatched Marvel films. Yeah, those films are good. Ragnarok is funny. Infinity War is an actually legitimately good film. But yeah, you can hold on. You can watch Love and Thunder whenever you feel like it. There's no reason to rush to watch that, Mike.
Well, there's no reason to watch any Marvel films in a row.
Well, I heard that they're giving what?
Let's be honest.
I heard they're giving Waititi like a fucking Star Wars movie or some bullshit.
So Star Wars has not produced a movie in a very long time, as everybody knows. And we're going on 5 years.
Seems not very long to me. So.
Right. But 5+ years is a long time for them not to have produced a film. And
when was the last film coming out?
5 years? What was Rise of Skywalker? When was that?
Was it Rise of the Clones or Rise of the Skywalker?
Skywalker was the last one.
Yeah.
That came out in 2019,
maybe?
Pre-pandemic, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's not 5 years. Get it right.
Bloody fucking hell. Let me find out now. Jesus. Somebody in the chat look up when, please, I'm busy. Somebody please look up when the release date of the last, the Rise of Skywalker was. I'd appreciate that.
Lindelof. I don't know what Doomcut.
Yeah, so all the projects, they've announced pretty much that all the projects, like they had the gal who directed the Wonder Woman films, Patty Jenkins, was slated to do a film, and they actually even did a little preview of her in front of X-Wings. She got into a fight with the head of Lucasfilm, and that film's been canceled.
So
apparently,
go ahead. Let me bring something up. What's weird about Patty Jenkins too during that whole time is
thank you, Ashton.
Speaking of Utopia, which you guys were talking about last week, she did the remake of the American Utopia, and she did one season, and it's like, because of that deal and everything, is she not going to go back to Amazon to finish that, or is that just?
I think she's too big now. She's too big for her britches. She was apparently very difficult to work with on Wonder Woman 2, and now she's had a problem with Kathleen Kennedy. So anyway, all the projects that they had announced were dead. The only one that they haven't killed off film-wise officially is the Rian Johnson trilogy, which I don't think is ever going to happen. And the Taika Waititi movie, which he wants to star in as well as direct. And probably, yeah, that's a good reaction to that, actually. And he probably wants to have a big hand in writing. And I mean, I think Cockhouse said it best when he was one time on this show. He said that people are just obsessed with Taika Waititi for some reason. And one day it'll pass.
Notice how you can never really remember his name.
Because it's an odd Polynesian name.
Oh, good for you. And
what is it? Taika Waititi? Kaika Waititi? I don't care.
How was it?
It should be
good.
Taika Waititi.
Good for you.
It's Taika.
And how was it?
Okay. So Cameron coming in here with some Hollywood news. Spielberg was asked about the last Star Wars, and he began mentioning scenes from Episode 3. So I guess he doesn't think the new ones are good. Interesting, because he is friends with Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, she worked under him for many a film. But he's also friends with George Lucas too, and I know George Lucas hates the sequel films. But so what? You sold it for billions.
Actually, by the way, yeah, that's not 5 years, is it? 2019.
It's not, is it? It's not 5 years, is it? Well, it's going on
like 5 years. 5 years for you because you really love Star Wars too.
Okay,
much.
it's been 4 years. Sorry. Okay. It's still a long time for them not to have even announced a film. Okay, they haven't announced a film. They're nothing in pre-production, nothing. So this is a problem. So what's going to be the next film? How is Taika Waititi going to direct a serious Star Wars film? I can't imagine it. It's not his style. I don't think he wants to. So is the next Star Wars film to come out a Taika Waititi asshole comedy? Which I like some of his work. Like I like Jojo Rabbit. You know, I love What You Do in the Shadows, the film. It's one of my favorite comedy films. Forget about the TV show. Watch you can watch that if you want, but the film is superior. So is that going to be the next film? It's very interesting. Fanta Cooper earlier was singing the praises of Andor. Voltaire, what did you think about them putting Space Karl Marx in Andor? Who are you? I'm not sure who she referring. Who looks like Space Karl Marx in Andor? Who is she referring to? Mandela.
I don't know. We had Karl Marx in the Lord of the Rings thing, but I don't remember it in Andor.
Space Karl Marx in Andor.
Space Karl Marx. Would that be Smeagol?
No, I mean she's implying that there's a Karl Marx type of character in Andor.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
I don't even remember that theme really happening. There's certainly a lot of like normal people rising up type of theme and that kind of from oppression. That's for sure.
Okay. Comments. Explain what you mean by Karl Marx.
Well, that's an interesting point, because Andor tried to have some serious issues addressed in it. Certainly, there were some political themes in it. There's no question. Sure. But I didn't catch on to the Karl Marx thing, and I'd be curious where she got that from. Fanta Cooper's a 19-year-old girl, but she's pretty astute for a 19-year-old young lady who's been watching this show since she was 16. She says there's a guy in a white beard in the final scene during the workers' uprising that looks like Santa Claus.
She's right. Yeah.
When they give that, but it was a woman giving that big speech.
Do you know that? I guess that was F the Empire, not Fight the Empire.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That speech gives.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know who you're talking about now.
Yep.
Right. That whole thing. Yeah, whatever. It was good. Andor was okay. Andor was not really a Star Wars. It was a sci-fi action spy drama, if you're into that kind of thing. And you can watch it, and a lot of people say it's the best written Star Wars ever. So a lot of people love it. And in fact, I think somebody like James, who's not into Star Wars, would enjoy Andor. Because it has nothing...
More high-minded kind of audience.
Correct. It has very little to do with Star Wars, truthfully. It just happens to take place in a place where there's spaceships, but there's no fucking laser swords or any of that shit. You know what I mean? So it's more of a spy drama.
Okay.
And you don't need to know anything about Star Wars to enjoy it.
I'm feeling you.
Correct, Fanta is much more grounded. It was a sci-fi show.
I'm really feeling you.
It was a sci-fi drama. It was a sci-fi drama. All that James Gunn tweets that got you worked up.
There's basically
all right, here we go.
Euphoria, which was my favorite.
I know. Here's Davern coming in hot with his theory on these films. The whole Star Wars saga, movie trilogies, and TV rigmarole, animated stuff, etc., is fit only to be chucked in the trash. If you ask me, needless, valueless flaws. Hollywood at its worst. Well, Hollywood needs that stuff. And you know what, Davern? I see what you mean. It's not high-minded. But you know what? You know what wasn't high-minded when it came out? Shakespeare plays. All right. He even says he wrote that for the common man to enjoy, and high-minded people didn't enjoy it. So, this kind of thing, it's just like when people said, when I was younger and I'd be reading Stephen King books, people would go, oh, geez, read some real books. What the fuck are you reading that bullshit horror shit? You know what I mean? Fluff. Or I'm like, this is what the common people read. What you consider classics back in the day were, for the common people. So get off your high horse. I mean, go back and watch Cannibal Holocaust for the 26th time, or whatever that Lars von Trier films that you love so much,
Like I say, if you want good animated Star Wars, check out Clone Wars, not the Clone Wars. Yeah,
it's got some good episodes for sure.
It's only two. It's like a 2-hour movie, but it's pretty good.
Oh, that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I dig that guy's style. You know,
I like it's got a lot of Mace Windu in it, and
Right.
he's one of my favorite characters.
more when he did real animation as opposed to like Sony hiring him and him having to do 3D animation now. But you know, trying to think of his name.
That's not especially.
Tarkovsky.
Oh!
There you go.
But James knows I'm a sucker for sound effects when placed properly.
Which none of them really were. Unfortunately.
No, that was a good one right there. That was you've done it. You've hit it a couple of times just right. All right. Yeah, it's true. The original Star Wars did have a lot of political commentary.
Did you happen to catch Chris
Ah.
Rock? Voltaire.
Sorry, say again. You got interrupted by an
Yeah, did you
Matt
have-
James, don't get drops from gay porn of men coming or something, whatever you're watching, okay?
I'm sorry, Mandela man. He's getting really angry now.
Yeah, he's getting annoyed. Go ahead, Mandela.
Did you happen to catch Chris Rock's stand-up on Netflix?
It's funny you mentioned that. I watched the whole thing yesterday while I was working. I had it on. And it made me laugh. What do you want me to tell you?
Really?
James doesn't like Chris Rock's humor, but I enjoy it. Wait, you didn't like it?
I think I smiled or something maybe 3 times. I found it really offensive.
Offensive?
Yeah.
How so?
It seemed like all the stand-up was like from a rich, like elite's point of view. All that shit about I had the Illuminati package at Disney for my kids.
I was surprised he went that route, talking about how rich he was.
Talked about was fucking something in an ivory tower that like he can.
Well, he has been in an ivory tower for many years. I guess that his whole angle was, look, I'm rich. Everybody knows that I've been rich for a long time, so I can't tell stories from the common man's perspective. So I have to tell them from mine, I suppose.
I've seen the. Can I just mention about? I've watched the trailer for it on because you can't really miss it. It's so over.
Yeah, they're pimping it hard.
Like the trailer is him, prepping, walking to the stage. Like it's not real, and he's got like really bloodshot eyes in that. And I mean, I think basically he just had them on that day, and they just went, "Oh, let's go with it." It makes you look even more like, "Oh, what's going to go off here?" And the way he looks at the camera at the end, I just found it like really.
Yeah, that was pretentious.
It was nauseating. It's like we're so bothered about Chris Rock. Like the only thing making him valid is that he got hit by Will Smith after his crappy turn in a Saw spin-off film called Spiral, and he's just irritating to me. I'm sorry, I just.
There's what's weird too is after I watched that,
I don't buy any of it. I think the whole thing is just one staged event after another. Like the thing where Will Smith hit him and stuff like that. It's as fake as ever.
Now you're talking like Mandela Man.
No, I really do now. I've changed. I think before I was sort of willing to give it the benefit of the doubt a bit. I thought obviously that it was something, but this footage of like Will Smith doing that before in some kind of seminar or whatever, showing people how to do these kind of fake hits and stuff. And it's like that exact thing that he did to him. So where you just tap somebody basically as you hit them, but it looks far more kind of violent than it is. So essentially it's a film move, for hitting people. When you don't really hit them, you pull your punch.
Yeah.
So what's weird about
But the thing is, if he was really pissed off with everything that Chris Rock was doing there on that day, the Oscars, wouldn't he have really either waited till afterwards to talk to him, or gone up to the stage and pushed him or something so that he fell off his feet? If he was really pissed off.
So what was it? To what end was that whole faking?
What
was that? What was to bring attention to the Oscars?
It was. I'm not a cuck. My wife is. Even though she's sleeping with my son's friend, I'm not a cuck. I can get up and defend her.
Yeah. Also, it creates interest back in. Like what they've done is they've done an actual TV show discussion of that. So why put it past them to use the Oscars as an event to create more interest in Will Smith, when in fact interest in him was waning, wasn't it? So it's only going to help interest in that film he did, The King Richard, for instance, which is pretty more sort of off art house for him, isn't it? And like being banned from the Oscars for 10 years, it doesn't make any difference if more people are going to potentially go out and see his films at the box office, which, I mean, if he does another Bad Boys film, I suppose there's going to be a certain inbuilt audience, but the reality is Will Smith's fame is waning, isn't it? So
he hasn't, in my opinion, made a good movie in a while.
Okay,
I didn't see that King Richard.
But it's to do with his age, and because he's just not got the star quality of somebody, who.
I don't know. There was a period of time where I thought he was the next big action star, and
But he's not. Yeah, but he's not. The thing is, he's not like another big black actor who's very popular, like Denzel Washington.
No,
he's
certainly
not quite like. And Denzel Washington's doing those Equalizer films now, which you'd hardly call high art, but but it doesn't seem like. But the thing with George Smith, he made like that film called After Earth with his own son. People were like, I mean, that was absolutely.
He did that to himself, though, by doing stuff like what you just mentioned. That film After Earth is a fucking comedy piece. All right, it is.
It's the offers that they get, though. I mean, he's just not getting the offers. Obviously.
Because of stuff like doing After Earth. I really believe.
Oh, absolutely, the choice of films is ridiculous. I mean, who can blame them over any other?
For example,
what offers is George Clooney getting nowadays? I mean, we're living in this kind of Netflix world.
That's interesting.
And I went to see this spin-off Luther film, The Fallen Son with Idris Elba and everything, and that's partly financed by Netflix. And I mean, I only went to see it because I'll go and see anything sometimes. But
what else is there to see in the theaters right now?
Save your money.
Well, there's some art house releases
now. When the good movies.
There's actually a film about a donkey just walking a long distance. I mean,
that's if you'd gone to see that, I would send the authorities out to do a welfare check on you.
Well, yeah, I've read reviews and people were like, I could understand how this film might be moving to some people, or
that was on. Remember, I showed that the New York Times list of the top films of 2022. And I was to mock it. That was one of the junk films they had on there.
Oh my god!
No, it's an arty film, but I do think that there's a point where you just think, we've really got to plan this film properly before we actually make it, because just having long shots of a donkey wandering around, and it says with its melancholy eyes. Who decides that the donkey has melancholy eyes? That's his eyes. Does it sometimes have come hither eyes or very happy eyes?
Post-traumatic stress.
It could have come hither eyes.
Yeah, probably from being filmed by a bunch of chin stroking, bloody goatee bearded twats. Just joking.
Yeah.
Oh, so I got.
That's just a joke, by the way.
I got something I want, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, can you pull up a trailer for a movie called We Have a Ghost?
Yeah, put a pin in that real quick. I will pull that up. I want to just show this because it's apropos to what James was saying. The people who like that, I want to share my screen for a second. I want you to watch. This is. I want you to watch.
Sorry, I'm just messed my screen up.
For fuck's sake. I want you to watch a little bit of this. I'm not going to make you watch this whole thing. This is... What's up, Bendel?
What's just the way he interrupts us sometimes is fucking hilarious.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you mean me all this? Well, yeah, I really did it.
Come up with very creative ways to do it.
Okay, we'll look at your trailer in a second, but this is apropos to what he was talking. This is like, who finds this funny? This is a hot stand-up comedian, apparently. I just want you to watch a few minutes of this, okay? Not even minutes, seconds. Okay.
How have you found this?
Oh my God, everyone's here. Casey! Oh my God, you came. Barnes & Noble. Get a shot at Barnes & Noble. Hey. Oh my God, it's Creaky. Everyone's here. Oh my God. No, that's not funny. And by the way, you guys are on camera. Get comfortable. Don't talk into the mic, though. Don't talk into the mic. Where are you from? No, I'm kidding.
Should she start doing any comedy? Any
This is my point.
Do you think she's doing it?
This is it.
Guys, I'm so excited to be here at HBO. Thank you for coming. I'm so excited to be
Oh,
here.
I just coughed right in the mic.
Human Pride by Orientation. Hey, thanks for guys. I told you not to come. I literally did. Sorry, that's my ex. So thank you guys so much for coming to HBO Max Human by Orientation and Pride.
I told you not to come. Yeah.
No, I actually haven't. I've felt before, but I haven't.
Obviously,
really.
it's supposed to be.
No, I'm bisexual. Wait, let's just.
Thanks
When I
for
say I'm
telling us that.
bisexual, I would love it if you got up in the air and just was. If you stood up and then you said, "Oh my God." Yes, and then if the other person at the table could go sit down.
There's
and
someone
then you could
laughing
look
in the
at them and
background
just
who's
be
got like laughing
literally,
gas.
I
or
did
something.
nothing wrong. I'm supporting her.
Oh.
And then you go, how do you even know it's a her? She hasn't said her pronouns yet. Okay.
Can I just
So
can I please ask for some explanation on what the hell is going on now?
This is at HBO. She got an HBO special. This woman. This is a hot comedian. Okay.
What's her name?
I'm Megan Stalter.
Megan Stalter.
I'm bisexual. You seem sarcastic, so we're just gonna move on. I mean, that was
How
weird,
long does this
right?
go on for? How long does she go on for?
16 minutes.
You're
We're
not
gonna
allowed to talk into the mic.
Okay, but she's not at the
no,
whole
I
special.
am bisexual, but I am married to a tall drink. But I'm married to a tall drink of water back there. Don't film him. Don't film him. Mark.
Fucking hell, man. This is horrendous.
Mark. I love
It's just like some just when
Mark decided to come, even though I asked him not to, and he's everyone's quiet. Like, is she serious? He's standing back there. Don't
Everyone's
look at him,
quiet.
please.
Like, get this
I know
woman
you're
off
looking.
now.
But Mark, when he saw what I was wearing, he was like, "Oh my God, girlfriend, what the heck are you wearing right now?" And he was like,
Really?
Should I pull it up? And I go, if you want to. I was like, maybe I'll pull your dress. My husband said this minutes ago before I left the house. Let me pull your dress. What's under there? Big shorts?
Oh, exactly.
Is she on
No,
David
but I
or
do love
something?
you.
I mean, it's like she's just some mad person wandering around going, "You're just pulling my dress," and you're like, "Okay, right."
So maybe we've aged out of this. Like this is a
No
TikTok
way.
generation of what they
This
think
is
is
not
funny.
comedy.
No.
This is like
No,
I bet
nobody's
you she was
laughing,
big on
though. They've
TikTok.
left this
She was-
in.
He's trying to take pictures of me.
They've just left
He
it in
always says
because
that I
she's
look like a
obviously
model.
well known
He's
already
in
then or
pre-law.
something.
He's in
She's
pre-med.
got
He's
no.
law
There's no
school.
jokes to this.
He's going to
Believe
law
it or not,
school.
I've
He's
watched
pre-med.
this whole thing.
Are you even paying attention? He's pre-med. No, I'm so excited to be here tonight. I'm really excited. And this is actually my first time doing stand-up, so I'm really excited about that.
Oh shit.
It actually does look like this is the building. Like the whole show, I was like, I'm gonna jump over there and see, but you couldn't, and I won't, and I won't. Keep that. Keep
Okay,
the
this is-
fall. At this point, they're like, maybe
This
we
is
should've
utterly
done
incomprehensible.
humor.
What the
I
fuck's happening?
I just wanted
I feel like I'm in a fugue state right now. Like what?
No, Pippin X, don't say boo, get this fat cow off the stage. That has
You've been
nothing to
talking
do
for
with it.
5 minutes about nothing.
About
saying,
trust me, it doesn't get better as it goes on, okay?
all right.
She's just all over the place. She's terrible. Okay, so Mandela, you wanted to watch what's yeah, I saw that movie pop up on Netflix. What's it called? We Have a Ghost?
Okay. Yeah, we have a ghost. So after Chris Rock's special, it just
Oh
came-
yeah, it's got David Harbour in it.
that's what I'm saying. So it
Oh, yeah.
just
Yeah.
it just kind of came on automatically after Chris Rock, right? And what I noticed about this movie is this is if somebody took the Beetlejuice concept, if it was
Let's not put the thing on.
if it was the Beetlejuice type concept, right?
Not now.
But as if Will Smith's family are not famous, but this is them. Like the guy is obviously playing Will Smith as the father, you know, a guy who can't take a hint and is overly like has bipolar, like overly exertive. They it goes over that over and over again, and he's got like the kid, like his son, that's like the feminine, you know, kind of how Will Smith's son is. But as if David Harbour is the Beetlejuice character up in the attic. It's just like if this is.
Don't you know David Harbour is bipolar?
Well,
Right. So is that written into the character as well then, or
no, it's more the father is more, but like
a different character?
He,
all right.
obviously, I forget what the actor's name is, but you'll see him. He's playing Will Smith. like a type of character, basically, like in real life Will Smith. You know what I mean?
Just I don't mean to interrupt you about this, but
really,
Cameron's post is quite interesting, I suppose. This is one example of Hollywood seeming to know how to do things.
I've heard this. What Cameron's mentioned here,
Great.
and I'll watch it. I like Michael Keaton. This Michael Keaton's having a bit of a career resurgence.
Yeah,
well, she's perfectly cast in that kind of material, isn't she, Jenna Ortega? And she's
perfectly cast in anything. I'm for it. I celebrate her work.
Okay, yeah, I'm down for that. So
playing an average girl who works in a supermarket. I mean, come on.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, she just do certain roles very good.
Remember Jennifer Aniston did that in a movie called what was it called? Good Girl.
Yeah, with Jake Gyllenhaal, where he.
I love that movie.
Relationship with her.
Really good film. Everybody, go check it out.
Yeah, that's a kind of a film that's a bit more indie, but done well, you know.
And that was a film where Jennifer Aniston was trying to get into being a serious actress, and she tried to play like a frumpy normal woman. They did their best to make her look like a normal woman. They did a pretty good job, I will say.
I've got all the friends here with me. Yeah, I mean,
and Jengas.
I would say that Jennifer Aniston does look like a normal woman on the whole, or an attractive one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's got Greek ancestry.
That's interesting.
So before you put the trailer on, if this is the like, remember that Netflix has canceled the OA. They've canceled a lot of their hit things like Archive 81. I didn't watch, but my brother watched it, said it was all right. But they're giving us a movie like this. It just doesn't bode well. I mean, I'm this close.
What, Beetlejuice 2?
No, the movie copying Beetlejuice with David Harbour. I mean, this was just a fucking ridiculous film.
Pimpin' X said he was actually triggered by that comic, so-called. Nobody cares. Everyone is bi.
Where's
Sorry, I got triggered, old friend.
Yeah, where's the Tim Dillon special on HBO? Well, why would they give it to that girl? Like, God almighty.
Me referring to Beetlejuice 2, Phantom Cube.
Beetlejuice.
Fuck.
I can't speak properly anymore now. That's not interesting at all, James. Actors aren't interested. Pimpin' X says, I don't get all this hype over Jenna Ortega.
Oh!
Or maybe Jenna Orangutan.
I don't know if that was the implication. But she's
orangutan?
She's not orangutan. You know what? There is a lot of hype about her, and I got to tell you, some of the interviews, she sounds a bit pretentious and like spoiled. Like, I never got to live the life of a real girl because I've been acting since I was young. Or the hours on Wednesday Addams almost made me cry because they were so long. Wah!
Yeah, but she's just dramatizing it, isn't she? Because
but she does want the next season of Wednesday to have more horror, more serious horror aspects to it, which I think would be a good plus to it.
Please, yes.
Mm-hmm. So if they really go that route, and I haven't seen the movie X yet, but I've seen the clips of her in X where she plays a porn star. She looks terrific. She's very attractive, and
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, wasn't she? She was in a film X.
No, I didn't know that. Sorry.
She plays a porn star.
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything too. It's not anything too.
She's not naked in it or anything like that.
Oh God. Well, she still looks really young, doesn't she? Really. So I think this is a bit of dodgy area, to be honest. I mean, I don't want to get into a James Gunn type situation, please.
Oh, please, don't.
As I was watching this film about the ghost, I did kind of realize that the original Beetlejuice is kind of an original concept, like as if because you know how most movies are like a rehash of something from the past or some other genre of movie. You think about Beetlejuice and you do watch this piece of shit movie, you'll notice that I guess Tim Burton kind of invented his own fairy tale type of story. Like it has its own structure to it. That's not.
This is something which has been recommended to me in the chat. So can we just play it briefly without we can get back to what you're talking about and just try and take a look at this. It seems quite interesting.
Do you even lift, bro? Do you even lift?
Hilarious so
excuse
far.
me? Keck. You heard me. Do you even lift? Oh my god. Seriously? Keck. People actually say this? Alright, let me enlighten this asshole.
Right.
So you lift, do you?
The frog god.
Yeah, can't you tell? May I ask why you lift? Well, there's many reasons.
Right, so
Aesthetics,
both characters have got the
health,
same voice.
for fun, for girls. For girls? Oh my god, dude. Well, I mean, that's not the only reason I lift, but Jesus Christ, dude, I just cringed. I just literally cringed. You literally took me to Cringe City, my man. Lifting for girls? Dude. I mean, really? Lifting to attract girls is the stupidest thing you can possibly do. Not because it's vain or not the right thing. You're male, such as myself. Fuck off. Just
That's the only reason I touch a
women
woman.
are attracted to face, height, and frame. A male model to your face, a decent height, and a good frame, i.e., broad shoulders, narrow hips, or in other words, things.
No, I'm sorry, but this is just too much now.
So that was a video.
That was
Don't lift
shit.
any
But
weights,
thank you,
man.
Phantom Cooper, for suggesting. I'm not sure it's saying don't lift weights, but whatever. It was just obviously all a big joke. But if you're going to do two different characters, do different voices for them. That's what I'll say.
Well, I mean, it's also kind of a cop out because he says women don't care about muscles; they care about height, face, and frame. Yeah, they do care about height and how attractive a man's face is, and frame. But frame is your physical fitness, which lifting weights assists with. You know, now I mean,
So
if he's
the
talking
entire
about
video too.
if he's talking about like getting like big time pumped and all that kind of thing, and I don't believe that women don't like that. I've had friends who were like that, and some women just threw themselves at those guys. But yeah, I agree. You don't have to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger to get women, but it is one way to do it. I have a friend right now who's 43 and he's jacked. He's pumped like crazy. I'm convinced he does steroids or human growth hormone because of how much he's lifting. He's lifting now more than he used to lift in college. So, but guess what he has? 23-year-old girlfriend. He's a married man, but he has a 23-year-old girlfriend on the side. You know what I mean? But he's pumping. He's pumped like he's lifting weights nonstop. I don't even know how he has a career, the amount of weights he lifts, but he does.
Well, what is career?
Yeah, fair, Phantom Cooper. I get it. It's a shit post. I get it.
Well, Phantom Cooper's only 17, I believe, so I don't.
No, she's turned 19. We've learned.
Oh. Maybe there's two different Phantom Coopers, I believe. So I'm thinking.
Phantom Cooper, can you confirm your age? Is it 19 now? Are you still a teenager, or have you crossed over?
Davern is like some kind of like a member of the aristocracy, or something so high-minded like that.
Yeah, but Davern confuses me because he likes fucking slasher films and stuff from the 70s, but he doesn't like these modern films that that kind of thing, which is. I guess he just wants us to debate whether The Shining is worse than Dr. Sleep.
He does like modern horror films because he saw the trailer for for Evil Dead Rises, and which I've seen 2 times now in the cinema, and he was really all over it. He seemed to think it looked good. So
well, there you go. Well, Davern, did you watch Black Phone? That's a period piece. It takes place in the 70s. That might have float your boat a little bit. Have you seen that film, Mandela?
What's that?
Black Phone. A telefono negro.
No, I'm not interested.
Why?
It just looks boring to me.
No, it's not boring. It's good. It's on Amazon Prime for free. So go ahead and watch it.
No, it's not boring. It's good.
Well, that
should
is
be quotation on the front. If you think
very-
this
it's an
looks
enjoyable
boring, it's not. It's good.
Black
Like-
phone, black phone. Boring? Question mark? No,
guys,
it's good.
weren't you guys the ones who said that that fucking Barbarian movie was good? It was fucking awful.
But it was an interesting concept,
No,
don't you
it
think?
wasn't. It was the most boring shit I. It was so.
Yeah,
awful.
I was not a fan of that at all. I must say.
No, nobody said it, but it's very popular. That film, it's done well.
That shows how
Yeah, it's popular because it's on
Chris
Disney.
Rock's very popular. I guess people are just down.
All right. Well, look, Black Phone is not like that. All right. Black Phone is an interesting film. All right. And it's well, whatever, Mandela. Don't watch it then. I don't give a fuck. But
Black Phone, the actresses are good. The actors and actresses in it are good. The young ones and
I wasn't impressed by the
when
trailer.
you see like a child having a fight in it, it actually comes across as being like this is really happening. It doesn't seem just tame. Like some horror films seem. A lot of horror films nowadays are too much jump scares, obsessed with jump scares. There's no build up of real tension,
Correct.
etc. So
That's
that's
what
the problem I had with.
There's only one jump scare.
in what?
The Shining. And it's only in the American version, I suppose.
Yeah, but jump scares are a more modern thing. I would think it's
Which
yeah.
you mean the bit with the skeletons?
Yes.
I don't know. When I saw that bear blowing the guy, that gave me a jump scare.
Okay.
Was that bear blowing that man?
That's not a jump scare. It's,
Ah!
it's the same as like when you see the twins and things. They just pop
Exactly.
up and it just
Well, that
freaks you
that's
out
a
bit
jump
when-
scare.
It's not really. It's more like just like.
Okay,
What
what
are you
about
doing
the
there? I
scene
know.
where Jack Nicholson comes out of nowhere and kills the black fella?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a jump scare.
I guess.
That is a jump scare, literally.
Okay.
But the difference with Kubrick is the way he lingers on these images sometimes, and it gets a bit uncomfortable. Basically, that's what it's all. Whereas a lot of these Hollywood horror films now, they're all about just, you know, oh, there's a woman up in the corner of the room, she's possessed.
Bloody
Scary,
hell,
you
she's
know.
crawling on the roof, on the ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, it's so predictable and like
I've seen that happen
not scary.
one time. Somebody became possessed, and it's not so much that they're literally physically upside down on the ceiling. It's like when I saw it, the person got up on the edge of like a bed frame, like the back of my bed here, okay, and tippy toe was standing there and somehow was up like to the ceiling with them hunched into the ceiling, and it was like looking at it, I'm like, how are they even able to reach the ceiling? It like
Were you on
physically-
hallucinogenics at the time, like whippets or mushrooms?
No. Prior to that, I was kind of obsessed with this channel on YouTube called Destiny with an I at the end of it, and she was a channeler in South Africa that was pretty talented. It was one of the only good ones I've ever seen that seemed credible. And something happened where when the person I was with became possessed, they were possessed with the entities that I had been watching her channel through the other YouTube channel that I'm watching prior to this. So it was like really weird coincidence. Like, how are these entities talking through the person I'm with now, even though that person's never seen those videos and has no clue about what any of that, you know, is what's going on in those videos. Like, so it seemed credible to me. I had to take out a pocket Bible and, you know, say, you know, yada, yada, do prayers. And finally it subsided. But like,
That must have been very harrowing for you.
the entity talking through the person was telling me how, yeah, that person in South Africa like couldn't take channeling.
Put your cock in her ass.
No, but it said that that
Shove your fingers in her cunt. Was it saying stuff like that?
Jesus Christ!
No.
That's my version of The Exorcist, even. Or
One of the-
or we could do Finchy in the new movie. Put your cock in her ass, mate.
One of the entities was claiming to be Hitler, but in the afterlife he preferred to be called Mikey. Okay, so Mikey was telling me through this person that the person in South Africa who was the channeler, the girl, like her body couldn't take it anymore. So those entities left that person and went on like a world kind of tour to find the next person who could handle channeling these entities. Like, seems so far fetched. It's just weird.
This was being told to you by the demon.
Through the person who had never seen these videos, had no idea who these entities' names were, but it was very.
As a
What
matter
is the
of
demon
fact,
in the What
I'm
is it? What are
there.
the lines that the demon says in The Exorcist again? Like, why am I not remembering them? Put your cock in her ass, or what does he say about the demon in The Exorcist?
Oh, I forget. The one thing I know is that the little girl didn't have a thing up her nose. That's a Mandela effect now. She's just got a tube up her nose. It was never there before. What's your name?
What does he tell the priest? I can't remember now. It's been so long since I've seen the
Yeah,
film.
just Google it. Something.
Let's find out.
Shove it up your ass or something. He says.
I thought it was like telling him to do stuff to the girl.
What is the girl's name? I want to see
Reagan.
Reagan. Oh, that's right. Playing on those 80s fears of the president. Subconsciously, of course. Regan. Don't they call her Regan?
What the hell are you talking about, Davrin? Halloran is not brought back or ignored. It's slavish to The Shining, in fact. When Danny is seeing Halloran, it's a vision. He's not really there.
Those
on a bike.
Those Destiny channelings are still available on YouTube if anybody wants to check them out. It's Destiny with an I at the end of it. Pretty interesting stuff. Kind of changed my whole kind of view on the afterlife and type things like that. But I watched every single video, so I mean, there's hundreds of them. Years and years ago, when YouTube first became able to be streamed, 2006, 2007, around there.
I like the line where she says something about, we're going to have her until she lies stinking and rotten in the earth.
Yes.
For such a kind of predictable type of horror description, it's just really kind of just shows the illness of everything, and just, why would they even want to possess this young girl anyway? The whole idea is just,
well, like Voltaire said, it's an easy target. It's just like these priests that become molesters, right? A demon is targeting somebody who's trying to be good.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Davrin. Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
That's the one. That's the ticket.
Yeah, but the most, the most effective scene is really when she grabs her mother's head and pulls her towards her crotch after she's been slamming the crucifix into it, and there's all blood coming out and everything. And then she says, "Lick me, lick me."
Jesus.
That's when the film's when you just watch it, you're thinking even today, you just look at it, and this is for 50 years old. You think, Jesus Christ, this was a mainstream horror release.
That reminds me. I watched Blue Velvet again the other day with my brother, and when Frank first comes in and he gets Isabella Rossellini down on the ground and he takes out the scissors.
Yeah.
Okay, so takes out the scissors. He puts.
I'm not sure if you see any scissors. He's got
No,
I think that's in the script more, isn't it?
No, you see scissors, and this is the thing. I always wondered, did he show
cuts a bit of the Blue Velvet off of her robe, doesn't he?
Yes, to put it in.
Right.
Put it in his mouth, but the scissors kind of conveniently disappear in the scene, through cutting. And I always wondered because he finger bangs her a second later.
Oh!
I was wondering if he was doing that with the scissors the first time I saw it.
Oh my God, Mandela.
I still wonder that. Yeah, like if it's
I don't
implied,
think David Lynch would be into women getting finger banged with scissors. He'd
but
strictly want them finger banged with fingers,
to make Frank more of a fucking weirdo pervert.
That'd be a straight up murderer.
I mean, later on, he obviously has like homosexual tendencies towards Cooper.
Straight up murderer. Frank is definitely a murderer. I mean,
Okay, well, I mean, like, there's a difference between being a criminal murderer and just being somebody who tortures a woman by stabbing her in the snatch with fucking scissors. Like,
Okay,
it doesn't mean stabbing her. It just means like cutting her a bit.
But
he just
Voltaire,
said fingering her with scissors. Were you not listening to him?
yeah.
Well, yeah. If he puts them in there, that doesn't necessarily mean he'll cut her, does it? So
you think you could safely finger bang a woman with a pair of scissors?
I don't think so.
If they were closed. But yeah, I think he was within the original script and things. I think that was one of the intentions. I've read about it somewhere. I can't remember, but it's
James's future Tinder dates should take note.
No, but it's something like it would really cause a problem with the censors back then, wouldn't it? And even now, obviously.
And like later on when they go for the joyride, and he starts huffing his nitrous, he gets like he puts lipstick on Kale, and like and then even later on he said something about his cute butt or something. I've seen this in real life where people take, drug addicts take so many drugs that this weird perverted sexual side comes out of nowhere, like it's a repressed thing in the back of their
One
mind.
more reason not to do drugs, kids. Mandela Man.
All right.
You're gonna start doing gay stuff if you do too many drugs, according to Mandela Man. You're gonna start telling dudes that they have cute little butts.
Something like that. I've seen it.
You think that's a result of the nitrous use that David Lynch was trying to? David Lynch, I don't know that he's covered that theme very much in his work.
People could have a problem with drinking and stuff, and then they could be bordering on doing gay things. This is a known thing that you loosen up people's inhibitions and they start doing things either that they are hiding or that it's not even them. They're just kind of doing it just for the hell of it. Like I remember this drama that was set locally, and there was a guy doing that kind of thing. He was swinging both ways, but he wasn't even gay in this TV show. So.
Well, I mean, if he was swinging both ways, I got news for you. He's gay.
It's called bi.
Well,
by and by.
It was part of the whole thing, though. That he was doing. I mean, what I'm trying to make is there is a connection between these things sometimes.
And David Lynch has addressed that. Other than I don't count the character of what's his name, David Duchovny's character. Has he addressed that kind of thing before in his work? I don't remember him ever doing that.
What kind of like a sinister gay?
Just gayness in general.
Maybe a little bit with Laura and Ronette.
Nah, lesbian exhibitionism by young women is not gay to me.
A little bit different.
Well, I'd say in Eraserhead, there's not really any inclination of anything, particularly any male feelings. It's more. It all seems to be within Henry's sort of scope of being in a relationship with a woman who seems a bit dismal, and then he kind of longs for that woman next door, doesn't he? The dark-haired sort of fantasy woman.
I love that whole concept in that film, by the way.
Who has the same hairstyle that Isabella Rossellini is?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a very simple sort of like idea, but very truthful, I think. And many people will have experienced similar things, but it's like the forbidden fruit, isn't it, and all that, and or dreaming of also this kind of longing and great love that he finds in the woman in the late Radiator. But
there's an archetype with the blonde and the brunette that is over and over again in his work.
Well, especially that brunette work, right? That brunette look, that like the girl in Eraserhead and Isabella Rossellini type look. He's into that.
I think Johnny Farragut as well. You could say that in the Willem Dafoe character in Wild at Heart, like he doesn't seem to be particularly bothered about whether he's trying to sort of molest or turn on the Laura Dern character Lula, because then he just sort of abandons her, doesn't he? When he grabs her and he's saying, "Say F me" and all that, and I don't know, but I don't think I couldn't really see if there's anything homosexual particularly going on with him in terms of, say, Sailor, but I won't put it past him. He was just a ridiculous character compared to, say, Frank, who was probably more genuinely terrifying for people.
You know, I
was scared of Frank the first time I saw that movie. I thought he was scary.
I don't mean to. I'm not casting aspersions, but I've often wondered if Laura Dern is a transgender, and the fact that she's called Tidbit kind of makes me think. Well, you know, when you take hormones, your kind of member becomes small, like a tidbit, right? And then I noticed in Blue Velvet,
some people have it like that already.
Okay,
Yeah. All right. Some people 1.5 inches is completely normal. Okay, they don't have to have taken hormones, Mandela.
Okay, I noticed in Blue Velvet when they're sitting in the car, Laura Dern turns to Kale.
Oh, come on, it's obvious she's a female, for God's sake.
Well, hang on, hear the man out,
bro.
Okay.
I noticed Laura Dern turns to Kale and says, "You're like a good woman or something," and then she goes, "Oh, I meant to say you're a good man," you know, and it's a bit of a gender bender clue there.
What the hell? These dialogue doesn't even exist in the film.
Yeah, it does.
There's not some kind of gender confusion going on with Kyle's character. If Ashton hears this, she'll be through the roof.
She calls Kyle's character a girl, and then she goes, "Oh, I mean a man."
Wait! Blue Velvet?
Yeah,
she doesn't.
Yes, she does. It's
Get
one
the
of their,
fuck out of here.
one of their car scenes.
Get the fuck out of here, Mandela.
She says, "You're a neat guy."
And
he goes, "Yeah, you're a neat girl."
You're a neat girl. I mean a neat guy. Yes.
No, he says to her, "You're a neat girl."
Right. Reversed. Right. It would be reversed. It's
you've reversed it, but that's not film.
To me, if you look at Bruce Stern and you look at the mother, you know, from Wild at Heart, who's her real mother, like she looks like a straight transgender. Okay, so they're like one of the most liberal families you could probably find in Hollywood. So if anybody was going to have a daughter or a male to female early on, I would feel like it's the Dern family.
What part of the movie is that in?
It's somewhere.
I got the film up right now because I got to find this.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle. They're in the car together.
So being generally liberal means that you will have a gender operation then. Okay, I mean, this is just bizarre.
No. I'm just saying, if there was a family,
No, he's no gender operation, just hormones. He doesn't say that he's had bottom surgery, as what they call it.
No, but I've seen plenty of films where Laura Dern is in them when she was very young, and she very, very much resembles.
He's just, poor Laura Dern has some mannish features. It's true, but she's not a man.
But have you ever seen like I Am Jazz or some of these shows where it shows what people look like from an early age when they take hormones? It's almost indistinguishable unless you are trained to know what to look for. And I'm just saying, Lord, I mean, go back to Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart.
You mean like the actor in Euphoria?
Okay.
Who I find attractive, even though it's actually originally a guy.
I do too.
So that's not something that I'm bothered about. But I think that because obviously he is a very good example of someone who's changed to female.
This is what I'm saying.
And looks great. But the thing is, with this whole point now about Laura Dern, I don't really know what we're trying to.
I'm trying to say, I do believe there are a few, maybe a handful of people who are passing themselves. They find a thrill because it's the ultimate thing as an actor to be able to portray that in reality. Like you are a female star, but in reality, you're not. But you've convinced everybody in Hollywood to believe that you are.
I don't think Lynch is into that kind of thing.
It sure comes up later on. Like,
okay, so what part in the middle are we talking about? Where are they? Are they in the car together?
Bosomy woman in The Return.
Yeah, I believe he's dropping her off at home.
and it's in the middle of the film.
It's they wear it they're in front of the church, like you can see the church windows. And
Yes.
it's all about the robins and things. It's like
Hey, I'm gonna
and it's
put-
got
I'm
that,
putting- I'm gonna put
the mysteries of
captions.
love sort of music. So
Putting the captions on. It's a strange world, Sandy. She looks very feminine. Oh, Jesus! Now you got me thinking twice, Mandela.
Look
you
for the
bastard.
Adam's apple. Look for the forehead. You got to be trained to see these things.
in the general population, you're going to find
Fingers.
plenty of women who have kind of slightly masculine looks, and that can be
yes.
Sometimes
She doesn't have an Adam's apple. I'm looking at it right now.
It can be an attractive thing, but you can also get females who look overly, almost too feminine, and it kind of looks like that prissy guy effect. So
She has a jaw and a forehead line that is a little bit masculine.
she's got a neck. I think that's the neck is a giveaway.
You know who's another one like that?
You know what? Fuck you, Mandela, for making me think this. Honestly,
All right, bro. You're gonna.
She's got quite skinny arms. That's like quite not masculine, is it?
Share my screen for a second.
This is something I noticed.
I don't see an Adam's apple there. Do you?
Okay, here's the thing.
But because you put this in my head now, her face looks a little bit masculine. I'm not
Okay,
gonna lie.
here's the thing. You know the actress that's in okay, what's the Ryan Reynolds superhero movie, right?
Okay, here Ashley's Ashton who loves. Wait on. Look at Ashton's comment.
Follow me for a second.
He says you're a neat girl, and she says so are you.
Right. It's reversed. It's a clue. You know.
Yeah, but I think that's supposed to be like cute little
Would
dialogue,
you
like to make
call-
a mistake.
Why is her nickname?
Well, maybe why is Carl McLaughlin not being called to question? He was originally just a dainty little girl.
He was pretty dainty.
Bro, come on.
He's a pretty boy. That's why they cast him.
All right, look here.
Dale Cooper.
Follow me for a second. What is the Ryan Reynolds superhero movie? What is that called? Deadpool. Okay, in Deadpool, his girlfriend pegs him, right? That girl is, I'm 100% convinced, is a transgender. Now I watch.
Get the fuck out of
Hold
here.
Hold on. Now I watch Gotham and I watch V with this chick. Okay, so I've been watching her work for a long time, and yes, most scenes that she's in, you would not see an Adam's apple. But me and my brother are watching Gotham one day, and there comes a scene where it's a side view of her. And if you freeze frame it, there is a very well-defined Adam's apple. So Hollywood is very adept with lighting and everything at hiding this type of thing that you would never think until you actually see a scene where you're like, holy shit, that is a 90-degree cut Adam's apple, like obviously right there, you know. So it's the same kind of thing with this.
Hang on, here's a really good shot right now. If she had an Adam's apple, we'd see it. I'll show it to you in a second.
Okay.
Look, she looks super feminine right here. Super feminine. That's not a man. This is not a man's profile.
I disagree.
Hang on.
Look at her.
This seems to be more like some kind of.
That's weird too. That woman on the ground does look like a lookalike of her character in a way. I noticed that too. That was what.
Scrubbing on HBO Max is a challenge.
That woman.
Here we go.
Drug scene who broken her legs.
If you were going to see an Adam's apple, it would be in this shot right here. Look at that. Where's the Adam's apple, Mandela?
That's what I'm telling you. That's lighting and shading to
1986, Mandela.
So what?
They could do it back then. You're saying?
Okay, they've been doing
Sorry, this is getting to a point now where I just wonder whether I'm like.
They've been doing transgender
drugs or something.
100 years.
Yeah, but someone had a good point in the chat where they said it's, you know, changing your gender and all this kind of thing. It's not a thrill ride for people. It's
no, they got to be. You're going through a lot of hardship just for a fetish or a kink, if that's what it is.
Look at her shoulders. She's very feminine. And you know what? In Wild at Heart, she's super duper feminine. Wild at Heart.
I agree, but once again, you're seeing her get banged from the back There's little.
What's that great line she has in Wild at Heart, James? Mama said that a skinny woman with perky tits, or what was it again? Mom always said that. How does it go?
I can't remember, but I think we should move on now because it's making me.
It makes him so.
It's like on for like 3.5 hours, and now we're only talking about whether Laura Dern's a man or a woman.
It went off over time,
which seems like a waste of time to me.
They look more masculine as time goes on.
Where's the Adam's apple there, Mandela? None.
All right.
You know, there's a surgery to shave it down too, right?
This is 1986 we're talking about.
Yeah, those surgeries have been happening for 100 years before that. Okay, so don't tell me it's not possible at that point.
This is the kind of party I would like to attend. I think if I was invited to a party like this, I'd have a great time.
Look at how faggy Ben is, right? This is all bisexual kind of innuendo going on here.
No, there's something there with that, I will say.
Yeah.
Look at this party, James. Wouldn't you like to be at a party like this?
I noticed too that the guy's name, one of the lackeys, is Raymond. So we have Ray later on in Twin Peaks. I don't know if there's a connection there, but
this guy looks like trouble with the way how high his pants are pulled up and his shirt's tucked in there, and he's got this going here, but he's wearing this underneath. This is,
that's not the same actor that's Cliff, is it? Like in
Deputy Cliff?
Deputy Cliff, yeah.
I don't know. It kind of looks like him though. Now that you mention it,
yeah.
Like the build, anyway. Look, he's all sweaty.
My name's Paul.
This is one of my favorite shots in the movie, though. I'll show it to you here. Where is it? Oh, yeah.
Dude, and when they're talking about candy-colored clown and there's that clown doll sitting in the back, I almost wonder, is this like a ritual that they're talking? Like, is something ritualistic going on with that clown?
This whole sequence here, don't ask me why. The way it's shot, I absolutely adore it. The way she looks and the way they're acting in this whole sequence here when he comes to the door. This is like,
once again, it's like Eraserhead at the girl at the door. Like,
yeah. But this is good Lynch. This is when Lynch is really at his best, when he does stuff like this. Like this just is, I don't know how to put it. In a way, it's almost mesmerizing. It's it's just like you get the tension, and the way he creates the shot is, it's really something. And when I've come to pick up girls on Tinder dates, I've often noticed this reaction when they open the door. This exact look when they open the door a little bit like that.
But he's
horror.
Yeah, that's the joke, you see. But this is just the way this is shot and everything is really, really good.
Well, you could say that about every scene in the film, couldn't you, really?
Well, there's a lot of great shots in the film. It's true.
Well, I think you could say the same thing for Lost Highway, really. Although I don't think the cinematography in Lost Highway is as amazing as Blue Velvet. But certainly they're both.
He did this. This is very
good.
much in Lost Highway. He did this kind of shot a lot too, didn't he?
Well, that's
yeah, but it's just the look of that. It seems very wide, and it shows everything in a sort of very. Like, I wish in some ways they'd filmed Fire Walk with Me in this ratio and with this level of sort of this feel of realism somehow, because a lot of the locations, they seem really real in Blue Velvet.
Leland and Laura have a scene like that in a car. It might even be the same car.
I mean,
the
cinematography in Fire Walk with Me is not as good as Blue Velvet. This is one thing I will say, and which, when I'm pressed on one thing that I could think could be better about Fire Walk with Me, it would be if it was more just visually. They'd really tried to make it feel like a real location and everything, rather than sometimes in Fire Walk with Me, it seems a little bit like a red filter on it and a bit kind of
like a lot grittier, right?
Grittier, but it's dreamy at the same time somehow. I wish it had been even more grittier, somehow more down to earth and sort of.
I know what you mean by it. It's more real.
It's more real than Blue Velvet, I would say.
But yeah, I agree with
Fire
you.
with Me, it's kind of like it's still like a nightmare, but it's like this dream nightmare for Laura Palmer. that she's existing in. And,
There is some kind of filter on the camera. There has to be, right?
Throughout Fire With Me, there was either in post-production or definitely the way they filmed it. It had that sort of ready glow.
Even the
to it.
bright
Not-
scenes, even the bright daytime scenes were not as bright as this. And
No,
it
it's
had a
different to
feel.
the series as well, but you know, Fight With Me has its own kind of look, but from the off, it's almost strange. There's just something strange about Fight With Me. I mean, the Deer Meadow whole scenes, those scenes almost feel more realistic in a strange way than a lot of the ones that are in the town of Twin Peaks, etc. So,
Interesting.
and yet they
Nice.
don't try and recreate the same feel for the town as they had in the, you know, the original show. It's still got this kind of depressing feel to it a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe
No, not everything, but
maybe
you know.
because thematic.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, when Dale comes to town, he is seeing the town through like rose-colored glasses. So
Yeah, absolutely.
For that, it's more stark. Like this is the reality of it. You
It's
know,
basically like the whole of Twin Peaks seasons 1 and 2 are pretty much us experiencing Twin Peaks through Cooper a lot of the time, and even when he's not on screen, we are in a sense because it's like his dream world. He just loves it, you know.
he's so tickled even in the beginning about the lamplighter inn and all that.
And he's so tickled that he goes to see eventually, even when, you know, Twin Peaks went into its kind of difficult phase, that he goes to see a property to buy called Dead Dog Farm. I mean, he overlooks the name and everything. Just thinking,
sign me up.
well,
Where do I sign?
this place is fantastic.
A candy-colored clown. They call this. I mean, like that whole thing is. What is that about? Is the candy-colored clown just the drugs he's taking? I don't think it is. It's this clown doll that you see like in the back of this room, which is like, why is it full sized? Why?
Well, the idea actually of the homosexuality side of things. I mean, obviously,
Ben, you're so suave.
Ben,
You're so suave.
like with I mean, he does have something of a effect reaction to things, doesn't he, Frank? Where he starts getting so moved by the music
Yeah.
that he literally cries. But he's sort of like just totally besotted with Ben, saying, you know, you're so damn suave and everything. And when he gives that look, you just look at,
wow, you're so suave.
I mean, only Vin could do that. Yeah. Being with Vin when I was in Morecambe was very similar to being with Ben. So
I bet.
he brought a massive quantity of chocolates and things.
It's weird too that I noticed too that Gordon is the man. You know, going back to Lynch being Gordon, and that playing such
you mean
big role?
Police,
yeah,
Police Inspector Gordon or whatever, or
Mhm.
Chief Gordon or whatever he is.
Yeah, the yellow.
It must have been something that Lynch had in his mind. But of course, the name Gordon Cole comes from Sunset Boulevard.
Okay, so I believe Dorif is spelled with 2 R's now. Dan Peak. That's a little Mandela, I noticed. But you had the right spelling there originally.
And Lynch says, were we talking about the Eye of the Duck scene?
The Eye of the Dog?
Yeah, that's the Eye of the Duck, which Lynch often talks about in terms of his films. Every film has an Eye of the Duck, as in one scene that just.
Yeah, and it's usually in the right
film.
Yeah, it's usually right in the middle.
Yeah, it has to be in the exact right place and everything. And he describes this scene as being that, I think.
I think this might be his greatest scene. This at Ben's house here. Yeah.
Oh, that one?
I do. Yeah.
Well, that scene was longer in the deleted scenes and everything. It goes on.
Is it?
Yeah, I think some of it is available. There's a woman who has she puts matchsticks. Well, the actress did it, matchsticks on a nipple somehow, and then she lit them on fire.
Oh, right. Yeah. Flicking matches again, right?
A bit, yeah. I mean, but I think sometimes with films, Lynch will sort of film so much because he wants to make sure that he's got enough to put into the final film, and choose the right bits. But there is a deleted scene that's on top of the apartments that I thought was definitely should have been in the film. It had like lightning going, like the famous sort of flashing and things, and it's really, she's trying to chuck herself off, or just about to, and Jeffrey stops her from doing it. All these deleted scenes are available.
Do it for Van Gogh.
The only thing that I'm not happy about is the deleted scenes from Lost Highway. Oh God, what art, the killing of Harry Dean Stanton's character.
Oh, I like that.
That's not available in full though.
The one scene they really should have left in was the CIA, the implication that Reggie and Drop Shadow were in the CIA when they sit down with Dean Stanton at the restaurant. That kind of took a lot of context out of the film, in a way. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they imply that they're with the Central Intelligence Agency and that they're running the girls through Mr. Reindeer and all that.
Yeah, Wild at Heart is, I don't think it's streaming anywhere.
Wild at Heart isn't necessarily my favorite Lynch film.
No.
But it's definitely, it has a lot of really great moments in it. It's just, it doesn't really have any characters in it, which I find particularly, well, it's just really is what it is, isn't it? It's I do feel it's very much a film of its time. But
you can, there's certain things in it that you see, like there's a sequence where they pull up to the house in the dark, and it has some music stuff in it that you see in other parts of Lynch's work, like in Fire Walk With Me, and that kind of thing, that I really like in it. But that's a movie that I haven't watched in a long time, and I would like to rewatch again.
It is a very dark movie on the whole, I would say. Similarly to Fire Walk With Me, in that the overall atmosphere created and everything.
It's interesting what the point you made earlier, because I don't count the series. I'm talking about cinematic releases. The difference in the city in Blue Velvet versus Fire Walk With Me. That's a really interesting point you make, and it's accurate. How less real,
even back then, I thought, like, how are they going to film Fire Walk With Me? Are they going to make it so it basically looks pretty much the same as the series, but presumably getting a cinema release, which is, that's pretty much what they did. It went definitely a bit further, but the thing is, when it was released on video, they just unmatted and it was filmed in 4:3 ratio. They only matted it for the cinemas, so yeah. So we've still got them, but the thing is, when they did that, it sometimes on video release it revealed the top of the Black Lodge curtains and things like that. So
really.
On a couple of video releases, in some areas.
See like a screenshot of that, because
and in the bit where they did the room, the convenience store scene, you can see the top of the thing on some VHS, because they just unmatted it too far without any kind of connection.
Is that right?
It would have been gone apeshit if you'd seen that, obviously. But yeah, I think the way they filmed it and everything, for me, it was too. It was too sort of much keeping sort of safe, It's like they didn't go too far away from the show, did they? Because after all, they brought back Ron Garcia, who filmed the pilot. But the weird thing is, Fire Walk With Me just doesn't look anything like the pilot episode of Twin Peaks, really. So,
nope. Well, it shouldn't look the same. It's TV versus film. You know what I mean? It's.
I'm not saying it should look the same, but I do think like the realism of the way everything was filmed in the pilot initially, really, I would have liked to have seen that.
No.
In Fire Walk With Me more.
No, I don't agree with you at all. Sorry. I think it would have taken away from the mood and the vibe of Fire Walk With Me, which is one of my favorite films.
Well, yeah, precisely. It would have created a completely different feel to the whole film, but think I would have. Yeah.
I feel that I don't think was appropriate for the film.
There's a
Is what you're asking for is what I say is not appropriate for the film.
When Leland smashes the TV in the beginning, it's
It's a surrealist film. Okay, there's a lot of surrealist elements in that film, much more so than the TV series. Much more so than the TV series, other than the season or the finale, season 2 finale. But it's made to be a more surrealistic film. It's made to more explore that other part of it, and it should look different, and that's partly why it does look different.
I know, but I think for me, the main aspect that I would rather be different is that I just felt it could have been a bit more cinematic somehow. They obviously had a budget and they used it for all these different sort of set pieces, like, you know, the Mose Motors bit with Leyland and Laura and him shouting and all this kind of thing. And it feels like a kind of mid-budget film. But the thing is, then there's deleted scenes where Laura jumps up and she gets into that truck. And that was a perfectly lit scene, brilliant scene and everything. And the shots when they were going to the, the place in Canada, Welcome to Canada and all that. And like they spent all that money filming all these extra bits and then just deleted it.
Well, yeah,
it just shows to me that they didn't really know what the hell they were doing with the film.
Well, in the original version, the way they edit that, it makes it seem like they go into a bar and then they go through the back room into Canada, as if the bar is on the edge of the between the two countries or something. Like, oh, we go into the back and now we're over in Canada.
We don't see any progression of them going.
That's what I mean.
From the Roadhouse to
No, they were cutting that film, and no, I haven't seen the Blue Rose edit. I will watch it. How you watch? If you watch Firewalk with Me in its current form, there's not one wasted minute in that movie. Like every scene is material. Can't think of, like, I can usually watch a film and say, yeah, they could have cut some of that. They could have cut that. I can't think of anything that could be cut from Firewalk with Me. Nothing. Not one snippet. There's not one.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of those scenes that were deleted,
yeah, they should have kept
with Laura in them. They should have still been in it.
Yeah, well, I think they were desperately trying to cut it down.
I think they were rushed as well. They were rushed.
Like, how do you cut the convenience store stuff out as like they did?
How do you put out Laura saying to Donnie, "No, you're such a downer," and then they kind of make their way to they go in through the entrance of that place and everything, and it's got the trucks coming down. You know, it's like, and that looks more cinematic for me. And
I think they were desperately trying to make cuts.
Yeah, well, they can't make their excuses to me, and I'm not happy about it, frankly. So.
I think,
and I'm still angry with Lynch, to be honest.
Yeah, well, based on what I read, they had high hopes to make that a commercial success, though. And
still the best movie ever made.
It's one of my favorite movies. Okay, like I said, even in its current form,
everything was looking quite good for it in terms of its release in Japan, where it was like the #1 movie, and it obviously made a certain amount of money there. But I don't know.
But I think they won't, because if it's James, isn't it true that they had talks about having like several movies?
There was when they signed up with.
Right.
CB DeMille, CB 2000, the company and everything. But I honestly wonder myself whether they realistically thought that this film is going to be successful as a film at the box office, because Lynch had separated from his main partner, Frost. He'd gone off and done his own thing. Frost he felt like the right way to go was to carry on.
No.
And so, I think it could have worked both ways. Why couldn't Frost and Lynch stay together, and they would have made a film which was partly in the past, partly in the future? So.
Nah, I don't know. I
think that's basically an entirely different project, isn't it? So
it is. And if it wasn't for Firewalk with Me, I mean, I know it's blasphemous, but there's a lot of episodes of the TV show that I'm just like, meh.
Firewalk. First time I saw Firewalk, it felt like a whole series, like a whole.
What do you mean? There's some of the TV show that you go, what?
If it
I
wasn't
do
for
like season
Firewalk
one
with
too.
Me, there's a lot of the TV series that I find almost intolerable.
What you mean, like James and
Yes. James in particular is bad. Even okay, look, hey, you could cut some of the stuff. You could cut that scene in Firewalk with Me where him and Laura are making out at the school. Okay, that at the beginning of the film, I could live without that. I would cut that part out.
It's still got a good line though in terms of her saying I'm long gone like a turkey in the corn. But,
yeah,
like I can understand what you mean, but I do think
he's bad. James is bad. He's just no good. I mean, James Marshall, I'm sure he's a nice fella, but the character, well, I shouldn't say that. There's some parts of it that's good. I got to get my head out of.
he's quite good at the end in the end scenes. I think it really depends on the scenes, but that scene in itself, I'm not sure it's the most effective scene in the entire film by any means.
Where he drops her off and stuff
When
is
I
good.
saw that, the second time I saw the film, it was in a more art house cinema. I heard like someone behind me go, "Ugh," when there was like when she dropped a towel. I think they were just bemoaning the high school kind of like get your boobs out nature of the scene, or thinking like that this was like shitty Lynch, because you've got to remember, I mean, back then this was 1992 or 1993. I think I saw it on a kind of rerun in this country, and people held Lynch up to such high standards. And this film was bashed mercilessly. People were bashing off all over the place about it, you know. No, but you know, speaking seriously, like you do get obviously the hipsters of then, and they view things in a certain way, don't they?
Indeed.
I feel like
the people who are unfair to the film. They're like, "Oh, it's a prequel to Twin Peaks." Like, who wants that? You know, it's just. But then, of course, there's people like me and many other fans who really love it, and so
that's what made it brilliant, is the way that the narrative circled back around at first with it. Without the season 3, it was a complete circle of time. You know, you could keep going in your mind in a circle, back around again, back around.
I'll tell you one really thing which is almost Lynchian and sort of ridiculous. On the Paramount, they're hosting it in this country, the Twin Peaks season 1 and 2. You can rent it or whatever, or buy it. And it, as the trailer or as the thing that just comes up automatically on the screen, it starts showing clips from the missing pieces. It shows the trailer for the missing pieces.
Oh Lord!
That has nothing to do with it. Yeah.
But as far as James Marshall,
really a mistake, but
as far as James Marshall goes, like you have to have that character because Laura, it's essential to Laura's archetype of she with all these shitheads in town. She's sleeping with all these other people, but this is like the greaser 50s kind of guy.
He's supposed to be like innately good, isn't he? Even though he might
Well, so is Harold. Harold, who's a shut-in banging a high school girl, is supposed to be good too.
He wasn't good in the same way as James, though, was he?
No, he was kind of.
All right.
James was just this kind of archetype, like Mandela Man's saying. He's just supposed to be this idea of this kind of idealized idea of the
guy I should have been.
This perfect town and stuff, but he does function a lot as a plot mechanism. Really,
got the coke.
Like, how else do you transport Laura into the woods in the middle of the night and then just drop her?
Yeah,
run off, then go off on your bike, like
like in a fit.
Yeah, like, oh, she's saying that someone might kill her or something. I'll just leave her. Yeah.
So it was
James. At the end of the day, James was a dick. Let's face it.
Yeah, it was James' fault all along. She got killed.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't gone off in that shot, and it's like you can see all of Laura's legs with tights on high, and she's jumped on his bike, and then Leyland looks out the flipping window. He's like, "Oh, fucking hell!"
Just like Robert Blake.
I'm not standing for this. He's pumping my daughter. I actually went in one of my moments of just mad thoughts. Like I was thinking about the whole thing about to do with, is it about the bunny in The Return and what that means? And
yeah,
I think one possibility alongside all of the symbolism and things like this, which I think Milia made mention of recently, but going down the rabbit's hole and all that kind of idea. But I don't know what that all means.
You know what? In Inland Empire, when you first see the bunny, it's in a profile kind of look, and it really, to me, it looks like the Playboy bunny.
I did think when Hawk says it's not about the money. No. He's talking about basically the idea of just, like the sexual side of life, where we're like bunnies and things like this. Like the entire storyline of Twin Peaks is not about just Laura having been abused sexually by her father, even though that is a major part of it, obviously. Him doing that, he's not doing it purely because of like it's a sexual kind of get off or something. There's something much deeper and much more.
I honestly think
strange going on there.
I think it's the same as the Lil scene, right? It's David pointing out the fact that, like, in the frame of some of these shots are symbolic stuff. So the bunny is, I think you see a bunny even like in front of Mrs. Palmer's television, stuff like that. Like it's once again pointing to the audience. There is symbolism here, like the horse being heroin, other things like that, that the animals symbolize something. You know what I'm saying? Like even in Wild at Heart, Marcelo Santos is talking to the mother, and he goes, "You're a little slow, but you're beginning to get it." That I think is geared. It's Lynch talking directly to the audience. You're slow,
but also
starting to
later get on when he does, when the William Dafoe character is sort of kind of abusing the Lula character. He says, "Can you jump like a bunny?"
There you go. There you go.
He calls her a bunny, and he's sexualizing her.
Yeah. No, there's something there for sure. And Playboy bunnies, right? Like bunnies again,
Well, the thing is, in Twin Peaks, in The Return, we have just 3 random girls dressed as Playboy bunnies, basically, and we just accept it. And it's like, what are they doing there? I mean, and they do have a certain, especially Candy, who was a great. She would promote her own works at Twin Peaks events and things like this. Amy Shields, and I mean,
if I was in all fairness,
the whole thing with Leyland, like, why did he do what he did? That's the thing.
Well, are you looking at it from
aversion
perspective? Are you looking at it from the perspective, the theory that the whole thing is really just a story about child abuse and then like an excuse for?
No, I'm not that. I'm not saying it excuses anything. I mean, it doesn't. It's the opposite. But I think what it's about is, from Leyland's perspective, he basically didn't think he was doing anything wrong, did he?
It's interesting. It's a theme he touches on in Eraserhead. It's a father-daughter thing, and it's probably the most
destroying your own child though as well.
Yeah, it's probably the most vile thing a man could do, truthfully. To his own daughter. So it really is like a gross thing. Like it's not just a little bit gross. It's
if Leyland did that, for instance, I was at the bottom of a field near a drainage pipe, and Leyland was like, doing that to me, that would be bad as well, though, right?
No, but for David Lynch as a man with a daughter to write something like that, you know what I mean? Because it's
that was evidence for Michael J. Anderson, I think.
Suspect as hell. Come on.
It's if you've ever I don't have daughters, but I have nieces. I have nieces, little nieces, and the way that a young girl attaches to her father. You know what I mean?
Who wrote like Lolita? Was that by Nabokov or something?
No, but that's not his daughter. That's just banging a younger girl. Which is violent in its own way. But your own daughter as a young girl, that's just.
Well, I mean, there is a film called The War Zone by Tim Roth, and it's about the Ray Winston character in it having sex with his own daughter. Partly about that, and they finally discover it, kind of, and
right.
Then who turns up in Twin Peaks: The Return? Tim Roth,
Right. Look, it's a theme in the Bible, right? But in the Bible, it's such a vile thing that the lead character can't do it. The girls have to get him drunk and to get them to do it, right? what's his name? Lut.
No, his name is Noah.
That was Noah? No, that was not Noah who banged his daughters. It was Lut.
No, it was not Lot. It was Noah after the flood, bro.
No. Noah is accused. There's implications in the Bible that Noah had gay sex with his son.
Look, Lot
after
is
the flood.
Lot is the guy that praised God no matter what happened to him. They killed his family. God killed his family.
No.
Noah, after the flood, had 2 daughters, and they had to repopulate.
It's not Mandela.
Oh, my Bible, bro.
Go pull the Bible. Maybe in another universe, what you're reading from. Noah did not bang his daughters, Jamie. Lot was the one. He had the 2.
Nope.
Go ahead. Pull it.
You're way off.
Noah had sons.
Can't we just make the point rather than having to get
correct? Phantom Cooper is correct. No, because now I want to show that I'm right. He was exiled into a cave with his 2 daughters because the town was getting blown up, and they told him, "Get the fuck out!" God told him, "Get out of here. I'm going to smite all these fucking filthy people in this town."
You're getting it confused because Lot, 2 angels came to town and wanted to.
Correct.
The town wanted to have sex with those angels.
Correct.
That's where
that's part 1 of the story. They come to the door, and there's one of the greatest lines in the Bible ever.
Oh,
the town people came to him and they said, "Hey, you have these 2 new people. Bring them out so we may know them." And he goes, "No, don't fuck these angels. Fuck my daughters instead." And then God just smites the town and puts them in a cave. This is what Phantom Cooper is referencing.
No, it's Noah, dude.
It is not, man. Lot, his daughters get him drunk. Look, I'm gonna look it up.
Go ahead and look it up, dude. Noah's daughters get him drunk. Like it's
Lot
right up.
Have you done Bible studies when you were younger or something?
The whole human race wasn't destroyed during Lot's story, so that makes no sense.
They destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, but that's not the whole human race. You don't have the girls.
Did you study all this as part of law or something?
No, but I was interested in some of that stuff. The biblical story presents the daughters as the initiators with the active penetrators in the act of incest, to ply their father with wine and lie with him intoxicated. Okay, well, hang on. Is that Lot? Oh, yeah, Lot's daughter, Midrash and Agda. Yeah, it's right here. It's Lot's daughters. I'm correct.
Sometimes stories are repeated. So can you look up if Noah's daughters also did that?
Well, Jamie agrees with you that it's Noah. I'm telling you, you're both wrong.
Because twice
Noah had gay sex with one of his sons is part of the rumor. All right, but I will look up Noah sex with daughters. I mean, if they both did it, like, this is a recurring theme then.
There's another recurring theme of a baby being floated down a river.
When you Google Noah sex with daughters, Lot's story keeps coming.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird, Voltaire. You're freaking me out a little bit. I'm starting to think it's
Noah's awkward sexual encounter with his son. He did have that.
What?
Oh, good for you. And how?
So I don't know where you went. You and Jamie were on a different timeline where it was Noah.
Yeah,
who had sex with whose daughters got him drunk. Both of them were drunk because Noah was a drunk.
In my mind,
and his son shamed. And the implication is that his son shamed him by banging around with him to punish him. He was passed out drunk, so his son, to punish him, banged him.
When the fuck did this happen?
What, you're not aware of this part of the Noah story?
Everybody was banging everybody.
First time I've ever fucking heard anything about
it. After the flood's over and they escape and they're whatever, Noah becomes like a drunk alcoholic, like bum in a way. And there's
what the fuck is your name?
Have you not seen the Aronofsky?
Yeah, I have.
No.
Okay. There's an implication about it in the Aronofsky film, but they don't have the gay sex in it.
Really?
But there's an implication that his son finds him and is disgusted with him, and somehow it's implied that there's something happens. And it's almost like it's been theorized that he's so grossed out by him that he fucks him in the ass or something. I don't know.
This fucking Bible is magically changing like every day.
But I'm telling, well, Jamie agrees with you.
Like the lion shall lay with the lamb.
Go look it up, Jamie.
Not in the Bible anymore. The wolf shall also lay down, which
it's
weird
Lot.
Because it's saying also. implying that it knows about the line that used to be there in the passage.
Oh! And I am not a biblical scholar, but I am a student of all religious texts and theories. I know a little bit about all the major religions, certainly the Christianity, Judeo, and Islam. I know a lot about
I bet
those.
you were like Ben Horn when he had all the books of the.
Yeah, but I do it as sort of like just an education of what their theories are.
Or you do it more like when you're in the gym.
No, you're only here once. You might as well learn about these things.
Yeah.
Oh!
Well, yeah, that's a sound that Noah made when he was drunk and he was woken up by his son.
This is fucking news.
I love that Aronofsky film, by the way. Go check it out, everybody. Do yourself a favor. It's a good film. Ah.
It's interesting how even back then, that long ago, that they would have like symbolic innuendos with the names, like the guy Two Ball Kane. Yeah, he's got two. Everybody's got two balls. He's Two Balls Kane. You know, it's a little weird. Like, you wouldn't think that shit would translate with all the
Two Balls Kane.
Two balls. His name was Two Ball.
That's what you say to a lady when you finish inside her. You got 2 balls full there, baby.
For God's sake. That would really go down well, I'm sure.
Really romantic. She'd be like, ooh.
Jamie, it is fucking really weird. Yeah, it is really weird.
Well, no, you guys are just confusing Lot and Noah. Lot does not get the press and publicity that Noah got. Everybody knows Noah. He has a song and everything. People don't know Lot's story, but it's one of the most interesting biblical stories out there.
Sure. But I know them both well, and I
mean, the term sodomy comes from Lot's story.
It's always, if I call my 2 brothers right now and I say who in the Bible plied their father with alcohol, they're both going to say Noah. Because
what? If you ask who?
If I called my 2 brothers right now and I asked them that question,
Do it.
Do that now.
Noah. You know?
No, they won't. Not if they are no better than you. Now, unless you guys were both told the wrong information at your Sunday school.
Dude, I have this book that's like
it's called the Bible. Yeah,
it's called the Other Bible, which is the stuff that got cut out. And
so look, you and Jamie on some timeline, both of you thought the same thing.
Don't understand it, Jamie.
And Jamie is against Mandela effects. She doesn't believe in them, but here's one she's experiencing it with you.
Oh yeah, here you go.
She has to admit that it's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, it's making her tingle.
I would have never thought Lot in a million years.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you are. Google that shit, yo.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up in my King James just to be sure. I don't trust Google anymore.
And Phantom Cooper's correct. The sermons you hear in church are very inaccurate compared to the actual Bible.
I don't go by that. I go by what I read, not what the priest tells me or the preacher or the book report.
Mandela Man would go to inner city churches in Chicago, though.
I have.
Yeah. Oh, Lordy, everybody, feel the spirit and all that kind of shit. Pass the collector play around.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask why the preacher got to have a nice car. That's not your business.
I have to say, ever since I turned my belief around, I have accumulated quite an amount of items. Yeah. So I don't know if that's real, but it seems to be.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I hate to say something that materialistic, but
I mean, Jamie is the one who. I'm glad you and Jamie came to a meeting of the minds here because she's the one who shut you down on your.
Thanks for the backup, Jamie.
On your Snow White.
Well,
she got you on that one. She was right. You were wrong on that one. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, I'm not wrong.
Mm.
I mean, it was dwarves my whole life, so whatever.
It was about the song. Hi ho, it's off to work we go.
Off to work we go?
Yeah, and you said they changed it to it's what is the other lyric?
Home from work we go.
Yeah, or off to work and home from work, whatever. Well, they say it both ways. You said that they changed it to just the one way. I found it on the fucking. Jamie pointed it out, and I found it on Disney Plus, man, on Snow White that's up there.
Oh, I remember that. So what the claim is that to me it was always off to work, and that was the whole song. They said that a million times.
That was the only way they sang it.
What you guys found is that they say it one time during the movie now, and they mostly say home from work.
I always knew it your way, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
But
dude,
they say it both ways in the film.
you're talking to like
I just think it rings better in our heads. Off to work we go is more.
You're talking to somebody who spent a month in Disney all my life since I was a little blue baby. You know,
Blue.
So, yeah.
Why were you a blue person?
When I was born with
Smurf
with the upside down heart, and they had to turn it back around. When I would cry, I would turn blue. So
oh,
they call that blue baby syndrome.
getting clips from interracial porn is not necessary. It's interracial porn that you're watching.
How do you know?
It sounds like a black woman moaning, and that I know what James' tastes are in porn. He likes that. You know,
What is that?
that's gay porn.
That was not mine anyway. I don't know why.
Yes, it was.
Obviously, something going on in your room. Can you just please be a bit more mature?
Who's screaming at your house, Mandela Man?
It's my grandma.
Shut that grandma up! No, I'm only kidding.
Yelling at my grandpa.
That was going too far. That was.
My grandma can't
Oh,
hear.
yeah. Playing the porn is not funny. All right, James. If you're gonna watch porn, maybe we should call the show. If you're feeling randy and you want to watch some interracial porn. Like, what are you gonna watch? Big black butts on parade?
That's one of my favorites. Yes.
Yeah. Big black butts in the UK.
I thought it was like, I thought it was something that people would find funny.
Yeah. I never cared for that stuff. Howard Stern used to do that. I liked a lot of Howard Stern back in the day. But when they would play like porn sound effects, it was just never funny to me.
Yeah, I know. It's not very sophisticated, so I apologize.
Good for you.
Oh, good for you. And how?
Yeah.
Because Gordon is the man.
So, yes.
Quite literally.
That was John, the nightmare neighbor from the video.
Is that right? There you go.
I'm going off the sexy sound effects page now. So.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, good.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell. You should get that one.
No, that's going too far. I mean, they are making a follow-on sort of like reboot.
It's called the Pope's the Pope's Exorcist. The Pope's Exorcist. I can't wait to watch it.
I'm not talking about that.
That's the official sequel to The Exorcist.
No, it's not. That is.
It is.
That's just crap.
No, that is the official sequel.
The official sequel, if that's crap as well, I will be very disappointed.
Oh, come on, give it a chance. You should go see that on the cinema, as you
I
said.
give everything a chance.
Are you going to go see it on the cinema?
At the cinema?
He says on the cinema.
No, I say at the cinema.
No, you say on.
Well,
so have you guys known?
Yeah. When the new Exorcist film comes out, I'd like to see it in the cinema. Yeah.
Have you guys?
No, the Pope's Exorcist.
No, I think they'll be stretching it a bit.
No, I think you should go. Stop being a bastard about it.
Have you guys known?
Anything is palatable sometimes in the cinema, but
It looks good. It looks great. That accent, that Italian accent by an Australian man. What more do you want? It is.
I'll be very interested to see
This
it.
girl is possessed by the
If anybody goes and sees that
the
film,
devil.
really.
I'm the Pope's a priest. And at one point they go, "How could you do this?" He goes, "Ask my boss, the Pope."
I like the spaghetti you're serving me. I'll have 4 plates, please.
Yeah, that sounds. Actually, I'd like some spaghetti tonight. That sounds like a good Sunday dinner.
That's Russell Crowe's like sitting down there with like his stomach bulging out. All right then. Rock it out.
Now, Jamie, I've heard good things about the new Scream 6. Yes.
From Unhinged
Isn't she from The
to
Office?
this.
Is the demon voice? I've got this girl here. You can't have her.
Yeah. Like, why does every demon immediately become like kind of English?
Well, that's because the
It's funny
English
though,
people
because
are
in the,
devilish.
yeah, in the original, they do. Yeah, that's the best quote actually from The Exorcist. Is Bert Dennings, the film director, who he's found at the bottom of the stairs, isn't he, next to the house, with his head turned completely around,
Mhm.
and it's presumed that Reagan did it, and so, whilst possessed, obviously, but. And when she's possessed, she does an impression of Berg, and she says, "What did she do, your cunty daughter?
Uh-huh.
What did she do, your cunty daughter?" Or something like this.
Yeah.
Do an impression of Berg Dennings. And, yeah, and she's going to be in the new film, so let's hope it's not terrible. The woman who was, of course, was in Requiem for a Dream and the original Exorcist.
I've been.
What's the name of the actress? I've just suddenly lost my brain.
That's okay.
I can only remember Louise Fletcher from the second one because it's Burstyn, isn't it? Ellen Burstyn. Like, Ellen Burstyn didn't want to come back for the second film. Presumably, she read the script of The Exorcist 2 and looked upon it not so fondly, which was wrong on her part. And they got Louise Fletcher in, who looks quite a bit similar to Ellen Burstyn, but yeah.
Well, there you go.
But some people says that Louise Fletcher, her acting is very just sort of almost like wooden. She was actually the Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and she was
The
perfect
original
for that
one or
role.
the TV remake?
The original. And she was perfect in the film because she's sort of so cold,
The TV remake.
Yeah, there's a new
What is that?
one called Ratchet, isn't there?
Oh,
With
yeah.
that.
That's pretty good. I like that.
It's more fantastical, isn't it, than anything
No,
else?
it's like a extra season of American. To be honest with you, that's the same people.
I've heard Mark Kermode talking about Scream 6, and he was pretty much lambasting it, really.
Of all the movies this year, I mean, that's not one that I.
Maybe he was going a bit too hard on it, but he did say there's a scene with where they're up some ladder or something that's well done. But I mean, if that's about all the film really has going for it, it's not too much, is it?
Not interested.
Anyway, are you going to go see Scream 6, James? Like Jamie did? She gave it a 3.5 out of 5. 3.5 bags of popcorns.
It really depends on what the other things are on at the moment. Like,
Let's take a look.
Right now, I've been going through this phase of just seeing anything, and
yeah, you saw that donkey film.
No, I've not seen that actually. No, the films I've seen are probably more depressing than that. Like,
I don't think that's good for your spirit.
Luther, the Fallen Son. Luther is basically quite a very popular detective drama.
I'm aware of it.
And there's actually one bit in it where he's quite tired out, the Luther character, and he goes to a bar, and this guy says, "What do you want? Like, you look like you need something, And he says, "What do you recommend?" And he says, "Oh, how about a martini?" And it's like obvious, like nodding at the audience, like, "Oh yeah, Idris Elba's." Everyone keeps talking about it for the next James Bond, but he said he's not going to do it. So, and he just says, "No, I'll just have some water." It's
all right. Here's the top movies.
It's not terrible, but it's not great, and it is quite nasty, really.
Right, here's
it's like
the top
they're
films.
trying to appeal to some kind of horror American market or something.
So here's what you can see in the box office right now, okay? For this week, if you're going to go to the movie. Scream 6, of course. Creed 3. Quantumania. Cocaine Bear. You've already seen it.
Stupid.
There's a film called Jesus Revolution.
That's the big one. That's the one.
And then you could go see that Woody Harrelson movie that you're all
Jesus
excited about.
Revolution? Is that an actual religious film?
Yes.
Well, it's not something that's been released here yet.
It is the grossing film of all the films out right now. actually.
Well, there's ones like, what were those ones called? That was something like about after the fall or something. They were very successful.
Left Behind.
Left Behind. That's what I mean.
There's going to be a new one of those.
Oh, by the way, Mel Gibson's actually he's getting on with making
about time
the sequel to the last erotic experience of Christ or whatever.
Oh! I guess he's going to do the Easter.
It's not called The Last Temptation. That's Scorsese. That film's really good. But
Last Temptation of Christ. Once you get over the graphic violence of it, it's the most violent movie I've ever seen in my life. Mel Gibson knows how to make a movie. That fucker. He's racist.
I like the depiction of the devil in it.
Very good.
It's very watchable.
That scene with the woman going through what's supposed to be like ambiguous, but it's like that woman going with the baby sucking her teat or whatever, holding that weird baby through the thing. That's all.
I was wondering, is Monica Bellucci in that or something?
No, I don't think she was. Gary would know. Gary Northwood. He's
definitely been in some kind of film with a religious or Christian sort of story about it.
I've been I've seen pretty much all of Aaron Aronofsky's films, but I always am reluctant to watch his films for some reason because he has a way of making you. He knows how to make you feel like dirty or weird after his films. Like
I saw somebody doing like a slightly comical tape, but presented straight on YouTube about the synopsis of the film, and it's just a character who's basically housebound because of his great weight gain.
He's 600 pounds. Yeah,
he's like actually a teacher though, professor or something.
Online,
but he does online teaching, and he doesn't want to appear on camera for obvious reasons. But then afterwards, when he's finished teaching, he decides he wants to look at something, sexy time on his computer or whatever. And then he unfortunately suffers a heart attack whilst.
Oh, that's enough. I don't want to hear about it even.
I mean, I'm like thinking, what kind of film is this?
This is Aaron Aronofsky. I'm telling you, he just knows how to fucking make you feel like.
Sadie Sink is in it though. The Max from. I don't think it's really as like on a par with, say, his more out there films.
He's a very talented filmmaker because he knows how to inspire a certain feeling in his viewers, and that talent that only really good filmmakers have, and he has it too. And I'm very reluctant to watch that whale film.
So you want to get really weird, okay? That character has congestive heart failure, right? So I know you're anti-porn, right? So, but really, if you're a guy like me and you have congestive heart failure, porn can be a godsend because you kind of want to pop off early and just get it over with before you have a fucking heart attack. So it's kind of counterintuitive the way he filmed that or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I guess. It's the weight that's really causing the heart. I mean, he has congestive heart failure, but it's the weight gain on top of that that's causing the heart attack.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I want to see a movie about a 600-pound man having a heart attack jerking off. It just sounds very depressing to me. But I was reluctant to watch Mother too.
Surely, if you go and see it on the cinema,
no, I don't think so.
Make the experience more uplifting.
Again, I made a big deal about Mother. I was almost, I hate to use the term scared. I was reluctant to watch Mother because some of the stuff I read and heard. But I love Mother. I love that film. So I probably will eventually watch it. So Gary's got a comment here. Mel is going to smash it with the resurrection of Christ. I saw an interview and he says it's like an acid trip with angels falling from the sky into hell.
Nice.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Monica played Mary Magdalene in Passion of the Christ. So.
Perfect. Oh, she was in Passion of the Christ. Oh, that's not Passion of the Christ. The Passion. That's a different film.
Well, I mean, I think the film's well made, but she obviously contributes to it. it's almost like, I mean, like people said when it came out, it was like a horror film, really. So
it is the most violent movie, like as far as gore violence, but I avoid those films normally. As far as like graphic violence, that's the most.
I will say for Mel, he did say that there were more than he had 2 scripts, and one was more like the acid trip.
No, there's that movie about the Australian killers that I feel like that's even more graphic.
I've heard, but I haven't watched it.
It's fucking awful.
Oh, do you mean Snow?
Yeah.
It's just called Snowtown.
Snowtown.
I think in some places it was released as the Snowtown Killers.
Yeah, that's one of the most disturbing movies.
So what? They're graphic with the torture of these pedophiles? Is that what's going on in the film?
No, they're like, yes, they're doing that, but they're also turn on their own brother, who like, butt fucks them in the ass, and
Fuck it.
It doesn't really show it.
He's torturing his own brother.
The thing is, the film doesn't show anything too graphically. I'll say.
Bullshit! They got the guy in the fucking tub, and they're literally choking him out, and like it is so graphic. One of the worst. Like, to me, I would never.
No, I'd have to watch that one again because
I would never turn it on again. Like that kind of like it's that.
It is made in a kind of in that kitchen sink style of just gritty filmmaking. I'll say so.
And then there's another. There's another movie with.
There's basically an older brother who he forces the others into, whether they're brothers or whatever, into doing really vicious or murderous shit, basically, and then.
Well, neighbor forces them into that, I believe, right?
The neighbor.
Yeah, it's the neighbor, and
it's just the actor they've got for the role and everything. He's just like completely blank and like, just sort of like mean, but kind of cajoling and like getting on being like younger lads about and stuff. It's like
there's another.
It does seem really realistic. Like how have you ever seen Chopper, the film?
I love Chopper. Chopper was comedy violence.
Chopper seems quite realistic, but this
really
is
did it? It almost seemed comedy violence.
For the time, it had a realism to it to me. I think.
All right.
It's
hey, Mandela,
heightened.
Were you aware that it was daylight savings time today?
It's called daylight saving time in our current reality, but yes.
What do you think about that? How do you feel about it?
The fact that savings changed to saving?
No, the fact that it exists.
Oh, it's not. I mean, let's do away with it. But
why? What's the reason for it? What's the reason they were so the Senate last year unanimously passed a bill to kill it. Meaning we would do it. We would go back to what we're doing now.
Here's the thing.
And then they'll never change it again. But it's stuck in the House. And they haven't cleared it. Why? What's the reason they won't clear it?
I don't know about the clearing, but the reason they should get rid of it is, look, the sun goes down earlier in the winter. Why would you roll it back so that it even goes down even earlier than that?
Well, no, but it's for farmers, right? To have more daylight. That was the original intent, right?
That's what they say.
I don't know why they keep it around. I don't know why the Senate unanimously passed it, but Congress won't clear it. I just, they don't give a reason why they won't.
Why hasn't it even mentioned that it's the Oscars tonight?
Fuck that shit.
Is that right? Is that tonight?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying F it. I'm not like, I'm not anti it like that, but
I haven't watched it.
I find it interesting and entertainment.
So they can reach to us about our fucking wokeness.
Jimmy Kimmel is hosting it.
I don't see the whole thing as being just that. It's if you're interested in films, you can be interested in it.
Oh well, it's the films thing. I heard. I mean, didn't we go over the films that are nominated?
It's better this year than it was in the past, but yeah.
But can I just say that Maverick goes AWOL? Tom Cruise will not attend the Oscars tonight, despite Top Gun sequel being favourite for Best Picture. What?
Tom Cruise won't attend.
I don't know whether this is for for a reason. It must be, obviously. Otherwise, why would he not go if it's going to win Best Picture? So, or it might win.
Interesting. No. I will say that the season finale of The Last of Us is on this evening.
I've only watched 4 episodes. The 4th episode was the dullest so far, frankly.
Was that the one with the refresh my memory? What was the baseline
That
for
was
that?
where they were basically they went into this kind of city environment, and then they got stung by some people who were trying to just trap them, or trick them. And then she had to get the gun out and shoot somebody to defend him. And then there was basically all these just rebels or whatever the hell they were doing.
Yeah.
And nothing really happened. It was just the most gloomy episode so far, and boring.
Yeah,
dull, I would say. But it was just the series as a whole changes each episode. So
I haven't given up on. I watched every episode. I will watch the finale this evening.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I'm not really a massive fan of it, but
me neither. But it's been watchable, so I haven't given up on it. So that's saying something. And usually, if I don't care for something,
what's the character called? Pedro Pascal. He's just really inexpressive, though. It's like, why have they cast him? I don't get it.
So
that's his thing.
To be like that, but
I think that's a character.
So I do have a Mandela effect with The Last of Us that I want to bring up while we're on this topic. The original game, in my original reality, that was Ellen Page before she became Elliot Page.
Don't dead name him.
No, I said both names.
All right.
Okay. For me, that was the little girl. That was the girl character in that game. Okay. So now she's never got hired for that. They have a kind of look-alike Ellen Page type character that appears in the real game. So to me, that's a fact. I mean, it was Ellen Page. So I just find it really strange.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're similar little brunettes, so I could see why you would think that.
It's weird. It's weird, bro.
But it's like I said, it's not a great show, but
her star power is what I like in my Ellen Page. When she was Ellen, that was the star power that made Last of Us so able to be popular to begin with.
So according to Phantom Cooper, Ellen Page filed a lawsuit because they used her likeness.
See this? This is part of there's a Mandela effect happening there that is also it's part of this reality too, but it's slightly different. She has I'm aware of that suing story, and it's weird.
Oh, so she's suing though because she feels that the game manufacturers modeled the character after her. That's
what I'm saying. My original
that's a bit of a stretch on her part.
No, it was her. In my original reality, it was her. She was hired for that and everything. But yeah, in this reality,
she was hired for what, Mandela?
She was that girl in the game. She was hired for that. Okay, so I'm not saying she has a memory of that, but it's basically like, yes, give me an Ellen Page lookalike type character because we're not getting her in this current reality. Hard to follow, but in my original reality, it absolutely was her. She did get hired for that. So.
She sued them back in 2013.
Whatever. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's been around for a while. But
okay.
Hang on, what's the story here? Did they try to hire her?
It's like a residual memory of what happened. Like for me, and it's hard to explain. But in simplistic terms, it absolutely was Ellen Page. But in this reality, it's never been Ellen Page. It's an Ellen Page lookalike. Yada yada. So whatever. It's a bit like I was playing. I got a pinball game of Jaws, and at the end of the game, when you die, Quinn says, "We're going to need a bigger boat." Okay, so he don't never say that in Jaws the movie. They say Brody says you're going to need a bigger boat. There's no we're going to need a bigger boat, but there it is in the video game.
All right, so
what was
she sued them in 2013 because the people assumed they assumed they used her likeness to come up with the character in the game.
So what I posit happened is that they wanted her And in this second reality, or wherever we are now, they weren't able to get her. So yeah, they had to use her. They had already designed her around her likeness. But in my original reality, she was hired, and that was her game. So yeah, I'm sure she doesn't have a memory of that, like these stars who have no memory of, Sally Fields, or Sally Field probably doesn't remember herself being Sally Fields. I wonder sometimes if that's possible. But
yeah, but there's no talk about them trying to hire her. She just thinks it looks like her.
It's absolutely it absolutely.
But that's a bullshit. She didn't win that lawsuit. What a load of bullshit. Well, what do you want from Ellen Page? Obviously, that she's fucked in the head.
I wouldn't never say that, but okay.
Oh, come on, Phantom. Is that true? She also had controversy for that game because the weirders on that game modeled her nipples and vag. What, is she naked in the game? And how would they have seen Elliot Page's nipples and vag? Anyway. So, all right. It's already, can you fucking believe it? It's almost fucking 5 p.m. here.
I don't.
Goddamn daylight savings time.
Oh, goddamn.
GD's daylight savings time.
Daylight saving time.
Whatever. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. You're remembering the old reality where it was savings time. But okay.
Well, let's say cheerio for tonight and here.
Yeah, let's fucking do that.
It's nearly midnight, so.
Where? It's almost midnight. Where?
Bloody hell. Well, anyway, yeah, thanks. But thank you for coming on, Walter. Thank you for coming on, Mandela Man.
Are you going to stay up and watch the Oscars, James?
No, I'm not going to do anything like that. I wouldn't even know where to watch it. So,
fucking hell.
I'd be interested to see any results, but I'm not exactly excited about it. So,
Well, we didn't even go through. We already went through the nominations for the Oscars. I guess I feel a little bad we didn't go through it again, folks, but it wasn't anything exciting when we went through every single nomination last time because there's nothing super inspiring in there. So there you have it.
Well, we've been on nearly 4.5 hours now. I don't know if we want to go through every nomination.
No, we did it already. We did it a few weeks ago when they announced the nominations.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
Get it?
As long as Top Gun wins, I'm fine. So,
All right. And, again, I want to say just because James is from the UK doesn't mean he uses the word cunt to refer to women, as some people have accused. I've never heard him refer to a woman that way. And in fact, he's publicly stated that he feels like it's insulting to women. So please, everybody, remember that.
I only use it when I'm stubbed my toe, which usually happens,
You could. Or when you're in a restaurant and you're reenacting Dead Man's Shoes, you say that sometimes if a guy
you cunt.
Like, hey, hello, mate, can I borrow the pepper? You cunt! I'm like, that guy. No, you cunt.
Oh, mate, what are you looking at? You cunt!
Yeah. That's a good scene.
Delightful.
But James is innocent, and we played some good clips from him in the past at the beginning of the show, which I'm very happy with. So go back and look at those. And
heartwarming, we were.
All right. Anyway, all right, everybody, have a great week, and try to look for those of you in America tomorrow morning. Just before you get out of bed, stretch a little bit because your body clock is going to be completely off when that alarm clock goes off tomorrow morning for you to get up and get on the road, get to work. So lie in bed, just a few minutes, stretch, take your time, get your heart rhythms going before you get the fuck out of bed tomorrow. And take it easy on the road, drive extra slow, watch out for asshole drivers. Number 1 day for car accidents in America tomorrow, everybody. So be careful out there. Did you not know that, Mandela?
No, never heard that.
No. Heart attacks increased by, I can't remember what rate, the first Monday after daylight saving time. Saving time, not savings. And car accidents, number 1 day for car accidents, I believe. Anyway, all right, fellas, have a great one. And be careful out there.
Now you have the update.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and bye for now. Bye. See you soon. See you in the trees.
I'll see you in the breeze.
Bye for now.